Senators will please take their seats. The senators and all in attendance will please stand and be led in prayer by the Honorable Bryce E. Reeves, 17th Senatorial District. Following the prayer, all will please remain standing and be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by Mary Ann Horch, Senior Systems Analyst, Senate Clerk's Office.
Let us pray. Most gracious Heavenly Father, Lord, we just come to you this morning thankful for the air we breathe and the life you give us, Father. I can't help but think about the tragic events of yesterday, Lord, when our Commonwealth lost yet another law enforcement officer in the line of duty, Lord. And it takes me to, if I remember my scripture, Lord, Matthew 5, verse 9. Blessed are the peacemakers, Lord, for they are the sons of God. Father, let it be a reminder that you don't guarantee us another day, another heartbeat, or another breath, Lord, that we stay focused as we close our time here in the General Assembly, that when we leave this place, that we remember your will in our lives and that we do your bidding. Father, I thank you for my colleagues. I thank you for their families, the sacrifices that they've made. I ask that you give each and every one of them, to include all of our staff, their support staff, our law enforcement, all those engaged in making laws for the Commonwealth, traveling mercies as they go home, and enrich their lives and their territory. It's in your most gracious and holy name I pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will call the roll. All those in attendance will please record their vote aye. The clerk will close the roll.
Sorry, you have a quorum, Mr. President. Senate Journal for Friday, February the 27th, 2021. Actually, it's Thursday, February the 25th, 2001. We didn't have Friday.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 4.
Ayes 34, noes 4. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the House of Delegates. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move we waive the reading of the communications from the House of Delegates.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 5.
Ayes 33, noes 5. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the governor.
We do not have any, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any other business to come before the Senate in the morning hour? Do any senators wish to be recognized? Seeing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Saturday, February 27th, 2021. On page 2, House Bill 1800. Page 2, House Bill 1805. They didn't notice.
Okay.
Conference Committee report.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt a conference committee report for House
There's the
Bill
floor.
1805. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. This bill was the bill that we dealt with related to aging services and providing, making sure that the people who got assistance were those who had the greatest economic need and the greatest social need. And in the end, but they came basically to, they agreed with the language that we had rather than the language that the House had. So I would renew my motion that we adopt the conference committee report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1805? Seeing none, question is, shall the senator adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 16.
Ayes 22, no 16. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 2, Conference Committee report on House Bill 1811.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would yield to the senator from Loudoun.
Senator from Loudoun County, Senator Bell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move we adopt the conference committee report and speak to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
There was concerns on this. It's the bill that would allow for procurement of energy efficient, Energy Star water efficient goods, and the concern was whether if those were more expensive than other goods. So what we've done, if it was beyond what would be considered a reasonable range, we added a paragraph in here that gives a waiver out if the cost of doing this were to be unreasonable. And I believe that satisfies that. And this change is actually in accordance with what we've done for acquiring personal protective equipment and other items when in fact there could be a chance it would be more expensive. With that, I move that we accept the committee report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1811? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 11.
Ayes 27, noes 11. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 2, Conference Committee report on House Bill 1817.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption of the conference committee report and speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill as originally introduced passed out of Senate Ed and Health on a 12-3 vote. The Senate introduced a floor substitute that it was felt that markedly changed the bill and introduced some new demands that was not requested by the stakeholders. In conference, we agreed to acquiesce to the one clear stakeholder grievance and added a transition to practice mandate for new certified nurse midwives. The bill before you adds to the original bill that all new certified nurse midwives, not just those who perform births, must have a practice agreement with the physician or highly experienced certified nurse midwife equaling 1,000 hours post-graduation certification and licensure. I ask that you accept the compromise agreed to by the conferees and vote yes to approve the committee report.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak to this bill.
Senator has the
The
floor.
conference committee report. Yes, I rise to speak to this conference committee report, and I would urge everybody to vote against the conference committee report. This bill, when it passed out of the Senate on a 33-6 vote, dealt with the issue of transitioning, as the senator from Hampton has said, transitioning new certified nurse midwives to be capable of independent practice. The transition to independent practice is incorporated in both the Senate version of this bill that we had earlier and in the conference committee report, but there are some significant differences that I think we need to take into consideration. There are only 6 states in the nation right now that have independent practice provisions for nurse midwives, so I think it's important to make sure that we be able to make sure that we are providing adequate protections and making sure that those certified nurse midwives that move to independent practice are able to function effectively and safely. In the medical world, experience counts. Doctors, nurses, technicians, hospitals who do a lot of the same things get better. Outcomes get and the outcomes get better as well, and they become more proficient. But most importantly, they learn how to deal with problems during a procedure, what to look for, how to respond quickly and effectively in a crisis, and it makes a big difference. Data in Virginia have shown that the infant mortality rate in the first week after birth, adjusted for birth weight, is substantially related to the hospital's volume of the number of deliveries that it does. Those hospitals delivering less than 500 babies per year have the highest mortality rates, with the mortality rate falling as the number of births increase. And the lowest death rate is in hospitals with more than 3,000 deliveries per year, substantially lower than the smaller hospitals. What we need to do is to make sure that our providers, our hospitals, are in a position to be able to deal with the situations that they sometimes confront during a delivery, when something that had seemed routine previously becomes a crisis. To try to make sure that we're providing that type of protection, there are 3 components that were incorporated within the floor substitute that was adopted by the Senate. One is that there would be a number of births that would be done during their collaborative period prior to being able to operate as an independent provider, so that they had at least a portion of the experience that would be helpful to them long term. Sorry. In addition, what we included in that was 2 other things. One was a study conducted by the Department of Health Professions that would look at sort of a wide variety of things to be able to make sure that the training is adequate for them to be able to function well in independent practice, and a delayed enactment of this for 1 year to allow changes to be made if we should decide to do so next year after the completion of that study. Those 3 provisions are critical and I think essential for being able to make sure that we provide an opportunity for the certified nurse midwives to be able to make that transition to independent practice safely. As was noted by the senator from Hampton, there was one. None of these 3 elements were incorporated in the conference report. What they did do was to incorporate one thing, which was to have, that was not in the bill when it came from the House originally, and that was to have a requirement for 1,000 hours of practice before moving to independent practice. But it would mean that it does not require any delivery, so you could have a certified nurse midwife that would be operating with providing deliveries who had actually never done any deliveries during that transition period. It's important that we have quality of care and that we make sure that in providing this opportunity and becoming the 7th state to have this independent practice provision, that we make sure that we have those provisions in place that will ensure safety and will make a difference in the results, the outcomes, and the births, and the mortality issues. With that, I would urge everybody to vote no on this particular issue.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak in favor of the conference report.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I was not happy to be on this conference committee, not because I don't appreciate the subject matter, but just my own knowledge of giving birth is generally related to dropping off the kids at my mom's house before taking my wife to the hospital. We spent a lot of time on this bill in the Education Committee, and all of these same concerns raised by my colleague, Senator from Southern Fairfax, were raised at that time. What we do have is we have a process where a certified nurse midwife has to have 1,000 hours of practice, 1,000 hours, before she's allowed to operate, and he or she is allowed to operate independently. Now, we're a little bit unique in Virginia in that before this bill becomes law, it will be on the desk of someone who's been licensed to practice medicine over 30 years. So if there's a flaw with it, it can be delivered from that level. But I will tell you, as I said before in committee, anytime we try and expand scope of practice for any non-medical profession, any profession outside of medical doctors, we always get pushback. Always. Always. And so at some point, we got to move these bills forward. And again, we heard from a lot of witnesses on this bill. The 1,000 hours sounds like a lot of, these are certified nurse midwives. And so again, this is an option for those people that choose to use it. And I think this will make that option safer and more effective. Thank you.
Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1817? Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to add that there are already 3 discrete specific studies to midwifery in the works, SB 1320, HB 1953, that both passed out of the body unanimously and already specifically addresses the request for a study of the profession. And therefore, the conferees agreed that requests would be duplicative and unnecessary to do an additional study. The other 2 studies are in the budget language already. And more than 90% of all nurse midwives practice in hospitals where 1,000 hours equivocates to the 25 births that were mentioned. So studies are already being done. So again, Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference report.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 18.
Ayes 20, noes 18. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 3, Conference Committee report on House Bill 1818.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill basically adopted, I believe, what was the House version. Senator Marsden carried a bill that we already passed, and this basically made it identical with Senator Marsden's bill. This has to do with a presumption, workers' comp presumption, I think, for cardiac conditions for part-time or volunteer EMS workers. And the conference report basically removed a minimum hours requirement, made it the same as the bill we already passed. I'd hope we'd adopt the report.
Thank the senator.
Mr. President.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, speaking briefly to the report.
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, I think in the Senate we did something that I think was pretty important, and that is that if you had an individual that was only working a couple of hours a week or a month, that the locality had the ability to set the minimum numbers of hours required and established by the resolution. As I understand it, the conference committee report has stripped away that authority by the localities to take an individual that may be just involved on a very limited basis and not add presumption. So that for that reason, I would hope that some of us would vote no and maybe get a conference that would add that provision back.
Mr.
Senator, what purpose, Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator
Thank
Marsden.
you, Mr. President. To address the gentleman's concern,
Senators, the floor.
We found out that the agencies involved here are already doing this, and they do have their own requirements, and it did not need to be placed into the code. I believe that is what the House position was on this, and so.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr.
Mr. President, the gentleman yield for a question.
Senator Yield.
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, is the gentleman representing on line 37 that localities already have the ability to set the minimum number of required hours in their resolution?
Senator's the floor.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I would ask the gentleman whether or not on line 37 that localities currently already have the ability to set the minimum number of hours required by resolution.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. My understanding is they all already do this. I was sent a whole long list of counties who have these volunteer EMS workers, and they all have these hours that are kept track of by the agency. That's all I know.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1818? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 7.
Ayes 31, no 7. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 3, House Bill 1836, Conference Committee report.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Excuse me, Mr. President, could that go by temporarily?
Without objection, House Bill 1836 will go by temporarily.
Page 3, on your errata sheet, that's in your calendar, Conference Committee report on House Bill 1847.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the adoption of the Conference Committee report and speaking to the motion.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We got this. This is the sports bet technical fix bill. We made sure that casinos had language on allowing kiosks within those facilities, removed that conflict, cleaned up a number of different items. The bill went to conference to make sure that the House language did not cause any harm to any of the existing applicants. We've confirmed with lottery, as well as an MOU and discussion with the director there, that it does not. And that has resolved our outstanding issues and moved the adoption.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1847? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 28, noes 10.
Ayes 28, noes 10. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 4, House Bill 1909, Conference report.
The senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
My apologies, Mr. President. The conference committee has met on this bill, HB 1909, and has made the amendments that were recommended by the Senate in adopting the language regarding the clarification of what we mean by school buildings, and that the school buildings are those that are in active use by administrators of our school systems. We've agreed to the conference report, and I urge passage of the conference report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1909? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 17.
Ayes 21, no 17. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report.
Page 4, House Bill 1935, Conference Committee report.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the Conference Committee report, and speaking to that.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
This is the conformity bill, and I'm pleased to report that the House has agreed to everything that was in contention by using the Senate language. And those items include up to $100,000 for the PPP. It will cover all filers, regardless of how they file. It's for 1 year, and it includes Rebuild Virginia.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1935? Full purpose Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline rise.
Speaking very briefly.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senator from Prince William, who's been involved in so much of the wagering legislation, told me that the Senate position would prevail. I was not optimistic. He was right. I'm very thrilled by that, and congratulate the Senator from Northern Fairfax and from Bedford for delivering this for so many taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report.
Page 5, Conference Committee report on House Bill 1985.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference report. Speaking to that,
Senators, the floor.
This is the bill that relates to a presumption of COVID exposure for workers' compensation purposes for healthcare workers. And it's my understanding there's peace in the valley on this bill, that everybody has signed off on it. The presumption's retroactive to the governor's emergency declaration under the conference report to the start of the pandemic, March 12, 2020. It expires 2021, but it restricts the presumption's applicability only to those who were directly involved in the diagnosis or treatment of COVID-19 patients. So it's more restrictive than it was when it left the House. In order to get the presumption, a healthcare worker must be vaccinated with an approved vaccine when offered by the employer, unless a physician says it would pose a significant risk to the individual's health. It requires a positive test or diagnosis of COVID-19 by a physician, nurse practitioner, or physician assistant prior to July 1, 2020, when testing is available. Availability was limited, and it requires it again after July 1. It requires signs and symptoms of COVID that require medical treatment. I ask that you approve the report.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1985? For purpose, Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to tell a brief story about why this is so important, both this bill and adopting this conference committee.
Senators, the floor.
I want to tell you about Holly Zimmerman, a nurse for 34 years who took care of COVID patients this past year. She contracted COVID from her patients and has not been able to return to work since July 27th of this year. She's had multiple medical problems. Her physicians have deemed her, related to the COVID, her physicians have deemed her unable to return to work. She's single. She has completely depleted her savings in her 401k retirement. She's lost her car. She's living on unemployment. But for her mortgage and student loans being in forbearance, she would be homeless, all because of a disability resulting from her work caring for COVID patients during this last year's crisis. Mr. President, members of this body, this is an opportunity for us to actually put some force to the statement, healthcare heroes, and that we support them in this last year. So, Mr. President and members of this body, with that, I hope that you will please be clear This is only for people who have contracted COVID, who are directly taking care of them. Remember, they didn't always have PPP. They had to use reusable PPP, and they did that selflessly. It's time for us to stand behind them, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 5, Conference Committee report on House Bill 1987.
The senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I defer to the senator from somewhere in Fairfax.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Hashmi. I move that we adopt this conference report and basically to describe sort of where we are on things.
Senator, the floor.
What we did was in the conference report, we included, it's based on what was in the Senate budget with the exception of an addition that was in the House budget, in a Senate bill and the budget, because we had funding in there. The funding is in the conference committee report on the budget for this, is to provide remote patient monitoring. And we did add one section that had been just in the House bill to allow prescriptive authority prescriptions to be written should the federal government change its policy on that. With that, I would renew my motion that we adopt the conference committee report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1987? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 6, Conference Committee report on House Bill 2004.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I need to put on glasses so I can see. Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption of the conference committee report.
Senator, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. With this report, the House has moved to accept the Senate substitute with some additional amendments. And those amendments, there were some concerns with regard to, from some prosecutors with the time concept with how they would change some files. So one of the amendments agreed to reducing the amount of time for custodians of criminal investigative files, and that time change moved from 120 work days to 60 work days, and this allows 3 months for those agencies to review, redact, and release criminal files. And another amendment also clarifies that the 60 workday allowance is for criminal investigative files and not criminal incident information. And another amendment clarifies that the prohibition of disclosing media depicting victims specifically applies to criminal investigative files. And with those amendments, again, this conference report accepts the Senate substitute. So with that, I move that we adopt the conference committee report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2004? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 15.
Ayes 23, noes 15. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 6, Conference Committee report on House Bill 2032.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2032.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the bill clarifies that the Commission of Labor and Industry can set safety standards for domestic workers, workplace safety, and cleanliness. The bill clarifies that an inspector may, in response to a complaint and when appropriate, inspect the location where domestic service is performed. Mr. President, the conference substitute removes components related to the Virginia Human Rights Act. Now, while Delegate Goditis is supportive of these changes to the Virginia Human Rights Act, they are already included in Delegate Price's HB 1864. And with this amendment, this bill covers health and safety provisions identical to those found in Senator McClellan's omnibus bill, Senate Bill 1310. And with that explanation, Mr. President, I renew my motion that the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2032.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2032? For what purpose, Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall, rise?
Mr. President, would the senator yield for a question?
Senator yield.
Yes, Mr. President, I'll yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, I'm trying to read through the conference report, and it indicates that an inspection of workplace could include any place where the individual is engaged to perform domestic services. Does that mean that a person's private residence is now going to be subject to search if they employ or they use an individual that is engaged in domestic service?
Senator's the floor.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I will respond to the Senator. It says that the domestic workers include home care workers, nannies, house cleaners that cook, clean, provide child care and elderly care. So my response to that question would be yes.
Mr. President, would the senator yield for additional question?
Senator yield.
Yes, sir, Mr. President, I yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, if I'm reading this correctly, then if an individual employs somebody that cleans their residence or provides child care, then the government will now be able to enter their house without a search warrant if this conference report is agreed to.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, my response to the Senator would be that is not my understanding.
Mr. President, I ask the senator additional question.
Senator yield.
I yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, that would make me very happy if that's not in fact the case, but I'm trying to see where there would be any other requirement, including one of a search warrant, to enter the residence. The senator could point me to that in that direction.
Senator's the floor.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, what I have in the council report is that domestic workers do work or care for homes and families, and many of them are immigrant women and women of color. So despite being an essential workforce domestic worker or devalued, the majority are excluded from basic labor protection. So, Mr. President, I would say that wherever they work, those places would have to be inspected. But in terms of going into somebody's home without a search warrant, again, that is not my understanding.
Mr. President, speaking to the conference report.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, of course, we've only just gotten these conference reports, so we're trying to piece it together, but it looks by the additions in Code Section 40.1, 49.8, that we are now saying that the government can come in and do an inspection. Before it was a factory, a plant, or construction site. Now we're including any place where the person is engaged to work. Mr. President, the items that the senator listed out where people would be engaged to work to perform child care or cleaning or other services would be in one's residence. So, Mr. President, my concern about this is now we're setting up a system that if you have somebody that performs child care at your home or cleans at your home, now that the government is going to be able to come in to inspect that residence. Mr. President, I'd urge the body to not support the conference report.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This portion of the bill is identical to Senate Bill 1310, which we already passed, and in response to the senator from Hanover's questions, I don't have the exact line numbers of the conference report, but under current law, 40.1-49.8, the inspections are only done with the consent of the owner, operator, et cetera, of the workplace. So no one will be able to come in without a warrant in the scenario that the senator from Hanover just described. We had a working group over the summer after a similar portion of this bill was included in a bill that passed last year. That was referred to a working group. And in that working group, the Department of Labor and Industry said that if a domestic worker today had a complaint about workplace safety, that they would do what this bill says, expressly says they can do under their current authority, but that they recommended that we do clarify they have that authority in this bill. So that's what this bill does. But again, there will be no inspections without the consent of the owner operator of the workplace. This bill does not change that.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas rise?
No, Mr. President, I was just waiting to see if there's anyone else wanted to speak to
Do any other senators wish to speak to House Bill 2032? Seeing none, Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that assistance from the senator from Richmond City, I move again that we adopt the conference committee report.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 17.
Ayes 21, no 17. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Conference committee report on page 6, House Bill 2040.
Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill. Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Speaking to the conference report, Mr.
There's the floor.
Mr. President, members of the body will recall that when 2040 left this House, it dealt with overpayment of unemployment benefits and payments during pendency of unemployment claims. This is largely as a result of the pandemic pandemonium that the VEC found itself in during the pandemic. We made two important changes here on the Senate side before we passed it, and that is we adopted two enactment clauses, one which would hold the unemployment fund harmless by use of the general fund, and also we sunsetted the bill by July 1, 2022. The House had originally proposed in conference that the sunset only apply to the overpayment provisions, but the Senate provision prevailed, and it applies to the entire, as it did when it left this body, it applies to the entire bill. There are a couple of changes that were made to the bill as it left here, and that is on line 102 of the substitute attached to the conference report at the request of the VEC, little letter C was added, fraud, and that is the circumstance when an individual would not be considered without fault, which should seem rather obvious. And then there are a couple of changes, or one change in the reenactment clause, number 5, about when an employer should be eligible to the fund for repayment for overpayments, and that is if there's been a pattern of failing to respond on the part of the employer. This is already law, and it cites an existing code section, so it's a belt and suspenders approach that was required or suggested by the Department of Labor. So with that, Mr. President, I move the conference report be adopted.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would respectfully ask if the gentleman from Accomack would yield for a question or two.
Will Senator yield?
Yes, sir, I yield.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, my first question is, has the dollar amount of this been quantified, and if so, how much?
Senator's the floor.
No, Mr. President, I would answer the gentleman not to my knowledge. Again, the changes regarding that were made by the conference report don't affect the indemnity of the general fund that was put on the bill as it passed the Senate.
Further question?
Mr. President, my next question is, we know that there were approximately $40 million that were paid to inmates that they were not entitled to receive the benefits. Secondly, we know that already, because of the pandemic situation, that the employees' contribution is going to have to be increased. And now do I understand that we're going to have to make a general fund appropriation to save harmless VEC from these overpayments?
Senator, has the floor.
I would answer the gentleman that that is how the bill left the House, and that is how, it left the Senate, and that is how it has returned to us. And I understand from sources deep within the Finance Committee that allowances have been made within the budget for that hold harmless provision.
I thank the gentleman. My final question is, do you have any idea within $100 million how much the aggregated cost of this is going to be to the general fund and for the forgiveness?
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
I would defer to the gentleman from the Senator from Fairfax.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Yes, it's between 18 and $19 million.
I thank both the gentlemen and the brevity.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise.
Mr. President, speaking to the conference report, first of all, let me say I would urge votes against this conference report because of the underlying concerns about the bill. I do want to say to the gentleman from Southern Fairfax and gentleman from Accomack, I appreciate their efforts. They did get the sunset provision changed, and that was a really important change because part of this, the conference report really addressed the House's desire to sunset only part of this very bad piece of legislation. Our colleagues from the Senate fought to make sure that the sunset provision applied to the whole bill. So while I think that this is a academic approach to a very real practical problem, and we know that a lot of academic approaches don't really work so well in the real world, and I suspect this is going to be one that it will be proven out. The efforts from Senator from Accomack and Senator from Fairfax are appreciated, but notwithstanding that, I would hope that the members would vote no.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2040? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. The Senate adopts the conference committee report. And the Senate will temporarily be at ease.
On page 9 of the calendar, House Bill 2197.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree to the conference committee report.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is the House companion to my bill on the exact same subject about getting technological assistance for folks with disabilities and intellectual nature going forward after COVID finishes. The House version in this conference report is now identical to my bill as we passed it earlier this week. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2197? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 10, House Bill 2266.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the conference committee report.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was simply a change in the bill to align the names of this extended license, the name of this extended license, and get consensus on that naming. It's a technical change. There's nothing else different in the bill, and I move that you support it.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2266? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 10, Conference Committee report on House Bill 2273.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the adoption of the conference committee report and speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The conference report has the same reporting language per JLARC's recommendations on the data center tax credit. It has the same language as the Senate version as it left in terms of double distress. The change to the bill in agreement with the House is to change the investment level to $70 million and 10 jobs. And that's consistent with the JLARC's in terms of investment to job ratios from the reports, and puts our double distress in a much more competitive advantage, and move that the conference report be adopted.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2273? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 12, Conference Committee report on House Bill 2299.
Mr. President,
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
can that bill go by temporarily while we make a quick adjustment on the conference committee report?
Without objection, House Bill 2299 will go by temporarily.
Page 13, House Bill 2321, Conference Committee report.
Senator from Loudoun County, Senator Bell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to accept the conference committee report.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill was the one that creates the Secretary of Labor. And there was disagreement over Secretary of Labor or Secretary of Workforce Development. After discussion, we have accepted the position of Secretary of Labor, which is more in line with the United States government following the titles there in other states. With that, I move adoption of the amendment, or the report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2321? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 14, Conference Committee Report on House Bill 2332.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference report.
Senator, the floor.
This bill deals with the reinsurance program that would be designed to lower premiums for those people who are in the individual market on the health benefits exchange. The final product here at the conference committee is consistent with what we passed in the Senate. There are no tax increases. There's no imposition of taxes that would drive up premiums for other people with health insurance. And there were a couple of technical amendments that were added to what we had passed in the Senate. With that, I would renew my motion that we adopt the conference report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2332? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 14.
Ayes 25, noes 14. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 14, Conference Committee Report on House Joint Resolution 542.
Senator from Arlington, Senator Favolo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the conference committee report be adopted. And speaking to that motion,
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. What the conference committee report does is there's a study being directed by this joint resolution, and it's a study on transit and transit modernization. The study asks that special attention be paid to areas that are underserved by transit. The difference in the conference report between what the Senate passed and the conference report is the conference report actually directs the Department of Rail and Public Transportation to do the study rather than JLARC. Everybody seems to be in agreement with that. JLARC has acknowledged that the Department of Rail and Public Transportation would be better suited to do the study. So with that, I ask again that the body pass this conference report. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Joint Resolution 542? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 16, Conference Committee Report on Senate Bill 1197.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption of the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1197.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As this bill left the Senate, it was dealing with a housing tax credit, and the Senate's version was to have a tax credit at $30 million a year to deal with affordable housing issues. The House put on a substitute that was totally inane. Yeah, I used that word. But anyway, the substitute, the House appropriation substitute had an impact that would render the housing tax credit program basically ineffective with the dollar amount that they put on it. So the substitute has an annual $15 million allocation of credits for 5 years, at which point it was sunset, and we will have to take another look at this housing tax credit program. So that was acceptable, so I move that we adopt the conference committee report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1197? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendation? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 17, Senate Bill 1254.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the adoption of the conference committee report. Speaking to the motion.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the companion bill to the House bill we just passed a few minutes ago on the technical fix to sports betting, and again allowing kiosks, defining the amateur sports and the cleanup. And once again, parts that were unresolved between the House and the Senate were resolved in discussions with lottery in terms of ensuring clarifying authority, and that has now been resolved. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1254? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 13.
Ayes 26, noes 13. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 17, Senate Bill 1271.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the adoption of the conference committee report. And speaking to the motion.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The previous House amendment, which had caused some issues, has been removed. In lieu of that, we simply have added an enactment which states that nothing in the act is intended to limit the authority of the General Assembly in the exercise of its authority to set its rules of procedures pursuant to Article 4, Section 6 of the Constitution. So it basically states existing policy now. And with that, move the adoption of the conference report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1271?
Mr. President.
For purpose, Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise.
Mr. President, I would ask if the senator from Prince William would yield for a question.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, I ask the gentleman, my understanding is that the House put language, or the House version struck the statutory prohibition on the General Assembly meeting electronically. My question is, does this conference report restore that language, or is it still repealed?
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd answer the senator that it rejects the House amendment. So it restores the original language and simply puts the enactment. So it's essentially stating existing policy now.
All right.
Further question?
Perhaps, yes. Further question.
Senator yield.
I yield.
Being whispered into my ear is the question, what does the enactment actually do?
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I answer the senator, not a whole lot.
Further question?
I thank the gentleman for his candor.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 12.
Ayes 27, noes 12. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 19, Senate Bill 1375.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, this is the presumption bill dealing with firemen, emergency medical personnel, and we added regional jailers to this as well, and police. Well, anyway, the sticking point was the House wanted it retroactive back to March 20th of last year. The cost on local government would have been over $15 million. I offered up a compromise, and I'll explain why, September 1st, which is what's in the conference report. The reason is by then, all of these personnel had their PPE equipment. And as a result, the cost to local governments is virtually very, 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 very little. So this was agreed upon by everybody as a suitable compromise, and I would ask that you all adopt the conference report. And this is identical, by the way, to Delegate Jones's 2207, which we temporarily went by. So again, I would renew the motion to adopt the conference report.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1375? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 21, Senate Bill 1415.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we adopt the conference committee report. And speaking to that motion, sir.
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President and members of the body, Senate Bill 1415 is a bill that I carried in honor of, instead of Ben Chafin, who, if he was here, would have carried it. It was to redefine child protective orders, to streamline the process in the juvenile court, and ultimately make that if anyone violated a child protective order, it would be a Class 1 misdemeanor instead of being held in contempt. During the course of the House's version, they tried to strike a little bit of language in there that would have removed the ability to place protective order for any parent who hindered the child's normal development. After some discussions, our version that went out did not have those words struck. The House had theirs struck. Or they struck those words, and so they put theirs back in. The words are back in its original form as the statute has read for 40, 50 years in terms of what can constitute an act requiring a child protective order against a parent. And so for those reasons, Mr. President, and certainly in honor of my old friend, who I miss very much to this very day, Senator Ben Chafin, I ask that we accept the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1415. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1415? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 22, Senate Bill 1423.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the adoption of the conference committee report.
Senator, the floor.
Speaking to the motion, Mr. President, this is the companion to the House bill we passed a few minutes ago, which adjusted the double distressed location for data centers, reducing the job numbers to 10, as well as the base investment to $70 million. This is an important initiative for Southwest Virginia's South Side, and I just wanted to thank the Senator from Washington, Senator Pillion, and the Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff, for their efforts on this bill, and move the adoption of the conference report.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1423? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 23, Senate Bill 1465.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that we adopt the conference report, and speaking of that.
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, this just restores the bill back to its original form when it left the Senate to include the Serville Amendment to keep the teeth in the bill, and I'd ask the members to vote positive.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1465? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 0. Rule 36-2.
Ayes 36, no 0. Rule 36-2. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Returning to page 3. House Bill 1818. Sorry, 1836.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, move adoption of the conference report, and speaking of that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the body, you will recall that House Bill 1836 was the great controversy over the renaming of the Secretary of Natural Resources to the Secretary of Natural and Cultural Resources. And after valiant efforts by your conference committee, we now have a Secretary of Natural and Historic Resources. Thank you. Thank you very much. And also, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, it also identified that the newly named secretary will also serve as the Commonwealth's Chief Resilience Officer, position that was previously created. With that, I renew my motion that the conference report be adopted.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1836? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 7.
Ayes 32, no 7. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 12, House Bill 2299.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. An agreement has been reached on this bill, but it is not the agreement before you. So I'm going to ask everybody to reject the conference committee report that's before us so we can move on to the better conference committee report.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2299? Seeing none, and with the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 38.
Ayes 0, noes 38. The Senate does not adopt the conference committee report. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we insist on our version of the bill, whatever that may be, and request a new conference committee.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate insist on its version and request a committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists on its version and requests a committee of conference.
Turning to page 24, uncontested calendar, House Bill on third reading. House Bill 5001, a bill relating to Shipping and Logistics Headquarters Grant Program. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass. It is uncontested, but just to say this is another great victory for Virginia's economic development. The MEI has approved this project, and the money is in the budget.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 5001? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 5001 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 2, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 36, noes 2, Rule 36-1. House Bill 5001 passes.
Regular calendar, House Bills on second reading. House Bill 5002, a bill relating to the Department of Small Business and Supplies Diversity, Small Business Procurement Enhancement Program, and Women-Owned and Minority-Owned Business Procurement Enhancement Program established. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with amendments.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend the rules and dispense with the third constitutional reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no.
Mr. President.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I would respectfully ask that we pass by House Bill 5002 temporarily, sir.
Any objection?
No.
Without objection, House Bill 5002 will go by temporarily.
Memorial resolutions.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that the memorial resolution on page 26, excuse me, that's Senate Resolution 545 through Senate Resolution 557 be considered in a block in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolution thereof with the understanding that any senator desiring to remove a resolution from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the title of the resolution.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the memorial resolutions on page 26, Senate Resolution 545 through Senate Resolution 557, be considered in the block in the usual manner, waiving the reading of the resolutions thereof, with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the title of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. The clerk will read the titles of the memorial resolutions.
Senate Resolution 545, celebrating the life of Maybelle Rutland Campbell. Senate Resolution 549, celebrating the life of Michael J. Weber, Ph.D. Senate Resolution 550, celebrating the life of John Richard Neese. Senate Resolution 551, celebrating the life of Roy Kenneth Harris. Senate Resolution 555, celebrating the life of Henry Louis Levis, Jr. Senate Resolution 556, celebrating the life of Frederick William Holland, Jr. Senate Resolution 557, celebrating the life of Sheila Kavanaugh Mant.
The resolutions will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolutions will please rise. The resolutions are agreed to.
Commending resolutions.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that the commending, commending resolution on page 27, which is SR 546 through SR 553, be considered and blocked by voice vote, waiving the reading of the resolutions, with the understanding that any senator desiring to remove a resolution from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the commending resolutions on page 27, Senate Resolution 546 through Senate Resolution 553, be considered in the block by voice vote, waiving the reading of the resolutions with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. The clerk will read the numbers of the resolutions.
Senate Resolutions 546, 547, 548, 552, 553.
Question is, shall the resolutions be agreed to? All in favor of agreeing to the resolutions will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolutions are agreed to.
On House Bill 2299, we have a second set of conferees named by the Chair of Education and Health, Senator Lucas, of Senators Donovan, Hashmi, and Locke.
So, do we want to recess?
Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, would this be an appropriate time to return to the morning hour for an announcement?
Yes, it would, Senator.
Mr. President, members of the body, from time to time, one or more of our colleagues needs cheering up. A pat on the back, a little bucking up because of life's doings. You may have noticed that my seatmate, the gentleman from Washington who represents Abington, has had this forlorn look on his face all week. And there's a reason for that, Mr. President. 1 week ago today, the Hopewell Blue Devils traveled down to Abington and played a superb Abington High School Falcon basketball team. I mean, they were stellar. And to say it was a competitive game would be an understatement. At the end of the first quarter, it was tied. At the end of half, the Hopewell Blue Devils had a 3-point lead. At the end of the third quarter mark, it was the Falcons were leading by 1, but the Hopewell Blue Devils pulled it off at the very end. They beat the Abington Falcons by 3 points. It is so. It is so. Accordingly, my colleague and my friend from Abington has had this almost abject sorrow look on his face the whole week. So please give him a pat on the back, and let's also at the same time congratulate the Hopewell Blue Devils. They won their second Class 3 state championship, the first time in 50 years that they've done that. Thank you. That is an applause line. The other thing that I want to mention is that they were coached by Elvin Edmonds III, and his son, Elvin Edmonds IV, is a star on the team. He's going to a D1 school. He scored a team-high 18 points and is the all-time Hopewell High School scorer in the history of that particular high school. So with that announcement, Mr. President, and with a friendly pat on the back to my friend from Washington, I complete my announcement.
Thank you, Senator. And Senator.
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator, just for the record, what was the mascot of the championship team?
I knew that was coming. The Blue Devils.
I thank the Senator. The Journal will so reflect. Has a nice championship ring to it. Now I would turn to Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Point of personal privilege.
The Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I rise with a heavy heart and with deep sadness. Yesterday afternoon in the town of Stanley, nestled in the heart of the Shenandoah Valley, Dominic J. Nick Wenham, a Stanley town police officer, was shot and killed in a incident involving a traffic stop. This is sad under any circumstances, but I want to tell you a little bit about Stanley, and I want to tell you a little bit about Nick Wenham. And, Stanley is a quaint little town in the Page Valley, located in between the towns of Luray and Shenandoah. And it is a hard-working town with good, hard-working, blue-collar people. Stanley is a town that has seen great days and it's seen some tough days. It was a robust manufacturing community in years past, and some of the factories in the Page Valley have shut down, shut their doors, and moved elsewhere. And unfortunately, it has been plagued by some drug problems, some meth problems, and notwithstanding that, it is a tight-knit, loving community. And, my district, it runs from Harrisonburg and Rockingham County up to Warren County and then back down the Page Valley and then back across the mountains. And, every election day, I've got this little circuit that I make, and I start in Bridgewater and work my way up to Front Royal and then back down. And every year, the last stop I make is at the Stanley Fire Hall. And I make that stop because it's like old home days. They have tents set up. They have food. They have balloons. Everybody is out at the fire hall. Police officers, the firemen, the rescue squad, and just people. And they spend hours just visiting. And, Nick Wenham was a native of New York. He was for 14 years a Virginia State Trooper. He was 48 years old, and he, after 14 years riding the interstates and working with the state police, he just felt like he wasn't having the impact that he wanted to have. And he wanted to work with people every day. And he left the state police, made a financial sacrifice. I mean, and I know that to go into law enforcement to begin with, it's a calling. I mean, it's not something that people do for personal gain or to advance their financial interests. And Nick Wenham, he loved Virginia, loved the Valley, and decided that his family belonged in Stanley, that he wanted to make a difference for the people in Stanley, and became a Stanley police officer. He was married, had 3 children, 2 of whom I believe are in college. And, I can, in some ways, identify. There's no way that you're prepared for the loss of a relative, but the sudden loss of a relative is something different. I lost my dad when I was 16 in an accident, no ability to prepare. He was a lawyer, but still, our family was not financially prepared for that, and seeing the impact that it makes on a family. But the family of a police officer, this family is heartbroken. And I hold them in my heart and prayers, and I pray for peace and comfort for his wife and his 3 children. I will tell you that this morning I spoke with the town manager, the sheriff, I spoke with the mayor, and that community is devastated. Nick didn't even have a chance to get out of his cruiser before he was shot. And it is something that will take a long time for that community to heal from, and I suspect they'll never get over it. 12 days ago, I didn't realize this, but my aide sent me a text this morning that 12 days ago, Nick Wenham sent an email to me. And he just wanted to thank me and encourage me, encourage me to say thanks for what you do. And I just am heartbroken that I hadn't had the opportunity to reach back and thank him for what he did every day. Mr. President, I would ask that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the honor and memory of Dominic J. Nick Wenham.
Thank the senator. Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to thank the gentleman from Rockingham and his correspondence this morning and last night. But, Mr. President, I stand for a point of personal privilege.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, we just heard of a story of a police officer who tried to do the right thing. Tried to make sure that when he went out each and every day, that he would uphold the laws of the Commonwealth. Mr. President, there are those of us in this chamber who are trying to do that same thing with regard to an issue. And we all know what we're talking about, the parole board. And I've said it's upon us to do the heavy lifting and do the hard right. Now, I will tell you, I stand in disagreement with the gentleman from Roanoke City on whether or not this chamber, this body, has the legal standing to convene a select committee to investigate. It's clearly in the code, and I've been advised by counsel that we can absolutely do it, and I know the clerk has said it's within the purview of this body. But I sit here and shake my head and I say to myself, how are our citizens that we represent supposed to have any trust in government? We have a moral obligation to do something. We can't just sit around and watch corruption happen. I don't care what administration, I don't care what party. Americans' confidence in our government is at the lowest it's always been. You can blame it on us. I'll take some of that. I'll take a lot of it. Because we didn't say something early enough. I will tell you, and you all know me, I've been here 9 years. I'm going to be a dog on the bone on this. And I'm not going to shut up, and I'm not going to lay down, and I'm not going to back down. If we refuse to do something, I'm going to petition anybody I can to help me do the right thing. People in positions of authority have a moral obligation to do what is right. If you don't want to do what's right, then get out of office. We owe it to the taxpayers and the citizens we represent to find out what is going on. We now have another wife with a dead husband that's a police officer. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't mean to get upset. It's been a long day. I had to work a shift last night because all the deputies from the department to where I'm an auxiliary deputy moved out to help that other department out in Page. So if I'm a little bit amped up, that's why. That is why I'm upset today and why I want to talk about this. I just ask you all to please reconsider how we solve this issue. It's so easy just to turn your head and let it go. But we shouldn't do that. We've got to stop doing that. We need to stand on our own 2 feet. We can walk and chew bubblegum and do a lot of things at the same time. There are a lot of bright people in here. There are people who are prosecutors, defense attorneys, some of the best lawyers, I think, in the country exist in this chamber. They can find out and get to the bottom of that situation. Thank you, Mr. President.
For purpose, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman Rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
The infamous echo, I had no intention of speaking today, but I thought I just would remind some of you that perhaps have not been around since 1619, like Senator Saslaw. I would invite you to look at the black book we call the Code of Virginia and look at sections 30-10 and 11, which clearly articulate the authority and powers that a committee has when it comes to investigations and issuing subpoenas. Number two, I would say, Mr. Chairman, if I recall correctly, a number of years ago when the Crime Commission had a different and a balanced membership, that Madam Chairman of Finance and myself got out front on what people dismissed as a folly on cigarette sales and circumventing the law, which turned out to be a huge issue. And I believe the Crime Commission issued subpoenas to bring in a member of organized crime who was brought in under protective custody to testify in the executive committee before that. And the last point I would make, Mr. President, is that the request that was just made is made on a nonpartisan basis. I recall a number of years ago that I was one of 2 Republican senators that called for an investigation of the then Republican governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, who was arranging for phone calls to be made to Republican senators who were resisting a tax initiative that he had. And his operatives would place the calls, but either he or his operatives would stay on the calls once they were made. So I just say, Mr. President, this has been done on a nonpartisan basis. Thank you, sir.
Do any other senators wish to be recognized? Seeing none, Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, so the conferees may be able to wrap a lot more up. I would move that we stand in recess. The House is also in recess now, so it's time to get together till 2 o'clock.
Without objection. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Immediately upon recess, I would appreciate it if the Senate Republicans would retire to our prayer meeting room for a very brief gathering.
Thank the Senator. Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess until 2 p.m. Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that we waive the reading of the latest communication from the House.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 4.
Ayes 35, noes 4. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. The clerk will call the calendar.
Please refer to your blue sheet with your list of conference reports that we've received since 10 o'clock this morning. First of all, on page 3, House Bill 1900, we have a conference committee report.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke. Or Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House Bill 1900 is identical to the bill that's sitting on the governor's desk regarding unlawful eviction, and it aligns it to Senate Bill 1215. And we know that this has to do with the do-it-yourself evictions, people who go outside the judicial process. It does not change the law regarding ex parte orders. That's similar to existing law that a court may enter the order ex parte. This doesn't change it. It's not relying exclusively on the tenant's word. The judge can and should check the court records for an eviction order. If an order's been entered, if no order's been entered, the eviction would be unlawful. The bill applies only to specific deliberate and unlawful actions. It would not allow a landlord a landlord could be sued under this bill if he wrongfully files an eviction case. It would not allow a landlord to be sued unless he wrongfully starts an eviction on his own. And with that, I move that the report be accepted.
Mr. President?
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
I'd ask that the Senate pass this bill by temporarily for an opportunity to look at this conference report a little bit.
Without objection?
Thank you.
House Bill 1900 will go by temporarily.
On page 4, House Bill 1979 has a conference committee report.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to accept the conference committee report, and speaking to that.
Senator, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The underlying bill here establishes the electric vehicle rebate program, and this conference report accomplishes three things. First, it corrects a technical error. Second, it establishes that the rebates can only be awarded if money has been provided in the budget, which at this time there has not been. And finally, it states that the last correction is that their payments will be made towards the payment purchase price of the vehicle. What that means is it's not put ahead to reduce the price of the vehicle. It's added on as part of the payment. That way it maintains the state tax that we would receive on that vehicle, and that's what the amendment does. And I move that House Bill 1979, the conference report, be approved.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1979? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 5, House Bill 1989 has a conference committee report.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report, and addressing that issue.
Senator's the floor.
In terms of the text of the bill, it's the Senate version that is incorporated here. This is for providing a system to alert emergency medical services, rescue squad individuals in a quick and real-time access, so basically instantaneously, of any potential outbreaks that they might potentially lead to infections of the EMS workers. The only change that was made was to drop a second enactment clause that was conditioning this upon money coming from CDC that has been addressed now, and so we no longer need that section.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1989? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 7, House Bill 2047 has a conference committee report.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I yield to the senior senator from the city of Richmond.
Senior senator from the city of Richmond, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the conference report pass. And speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the House version of the diminished capacity bill that I carried, and we will see later in the calendar, that allows evidence of mental illness, intellectual developmental disabilities, or autism to be introduced at trial, be considered by courts for bail and sentencing, and also requires training for courts and court-appointed attorneys. What the conference report does is provides a narrower definition of mental illness, which will ensure that it only applies to conditions that seriously impact the defendant's judgment or connection to reality. And that limitation, combined with the judge's gatekeeping role in applying the rules of evidence, would close the door on a specious diagnosis and far-fetched arguments about their impact on mens rea. And the amended version also will require defendants to give advance notices of their intent to use mental state evidence, grants prosecutors access to expert materials and written reports, and makes clear the prosecutors will have the opportunity to rebut a defendant's mental state evidence. Those provisions were put in place to address concerns raised through the process by prosecutors. It provides a connection to civil mental health services in the unlikely event that a dangerous defendant is fully acquitted of any crimes because of a mental state evidence. The amended bill will give judges the ability to issue temporary detention orders if there's a concern that that person poses a risk to themselves or others. Finally, the bill requires data collection through December of 2022 on the amount of times this evidence is used, what the outcomes were, and any treatment that resulted. Report that back to the General Assembly. And then it also asks what we refer to as the Deeds Commission, and apologies to the senator from Bath, I don't remember what it's really called, ask them to take a look at whether there are additional recommendations that should be made on how we can provide accommodations for individuals with mental illness in the criminal justice system. A lot of people have worked many, many, many hours on this conference report that gives us peace in the valley, and I ask that we adopt the conference report.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I certainly appreciate the amount of time and effort that has gone into this legislation, and unfortunately, I am not going to be able to vote for it. I had hoped as this bill came through the Senate and we had the process, and I appreciate the senator from Richmond's efforts and the conversations we had, and I felt as strongly as I think many of you did that there were two items in this bill that definitely needed to be addressed. And Mr. President, the items in the bill that needed to be addressed were developmental disabilities or intellectual disabilities and autism spectrum disorder. Mr. President, those items are in the bill, And if that is all the bill did, then it would have garnered my support. But the bill goes much farther. And Mr. President, I'm just going to talk briefly about the process, and then individual members will have to make their own decisions. But right now, we have a process called not guilty by reason of insanity, NGRI. Mr. President, with that, a defendant has to plead those facts, has to produce the evidence, and at the end, the court or the jury can make the decision that the defendant did not have the mental capacity and find them not guilty by reason of insanity. Mr. President, with that process, then the court has the ability to order treatment, whether that's inpatient or outpatient, order the individual to take or continue taking medication, and the individual loses the ability to legally possess a firearm or purchase a firearm. Mr. President, we did not eliminate that process, but we created a new process now, which I think many attorneys will probably be forced to go under if they have the same set of facts. And Mr. President, even though the senator from Richmond indicated that the definition of mental illness is reduced, it is still fairly broad. So, Mr. President, what now a defendant would have to show is that they had a mental illness, which is a disorder that changes your thought, your mood, your perception or orientation, and significantly impairs your judgment, that you were being treated for that, and then that had some cause to the reason you committed the crime. Mr. President, I had a prosecutor call me with a fact pattern that really bothered me. And that fact pattern was somebody who had been diagnosed with schizophrenia. So they met the initial requirement of mental illness. They were being treated. So they had gone to their practitioner, been prescribed medication or whatever treatment. But during that time, they did not continue with that treatment, or they did not continue to take that medication. And in this particular fact pattern, the individual, while traveling, saw somebody that they thought was a threat to them in a store. It's just a regular convenience store, and that individual ended up killing that person that they thought was a threat. Now, in reality, the person that they believed was a threat was not a threat, did not have a weapon, was not endangering them, and this individual was having a break because of their mental illness. Mr. President, under this bill, well, under current law, that person would go into court, they would plead not guilty by reason of insanity, that they would present their evidence. If the court or the jury agreed, they would be found not guilty, have to undergo treatment, or have to continue on their medication. Under the bill as we've described, the defendant will be able to go into court now, present all the same evidence, and the jury or the judge will have a different decision. They will not have that not guilty by reason of mental insanity. They will not have that because the defendant didn't plead it. They will have to say, did they have the requisite mens rea to commit the offense or not? So if they say, because they had a mental illness, because it had been treated, they did not know that the person they were killing was not a danger or a threat to them, then the jury will have to find them, or the judge will have to find them not guilty. And Mr. President, there might be a different process that then could undergo, that you could institute a TDO or other process, but the person is now under treatment, that would not be available as well, because they would have done actions to complete themselves, and unless they are actually found to be involuntarily committed through the process, they would still legally be able to possess a firearm. So part of this bill is an excellent plan, and I wish we had focused on that part of the bill, trying to help people that end up in the court system for bond or trial that have intellectual disabilities or on the autism spectrum disorder. But Mr. President, this bill goes much, much farther than that and is a tremendous concern to me because of that language. And I urge the body to really reflect on the Pandora's box that this will open for cases and some pretty horrific situations where a person could now be found not guilty and not receive any required treatment.
For what purpose, Senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise?
Speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator's the floor.
I'm sorry, the conference report. Mr. President, members of the body, I was on this conference report, and I would commend the senior senator from Richmond City. She worked really hard on this, and I agree with her on it. You know, I've practiced law for 30 years, and I've seen some injustices as a result of the ability not to be able to introduce this. And so, while I don't dispute what the senator from Hanover said, there can always be fact patterns under which you can find a bad result, or the result that you don't want to occur under a law that we make. It's going to happen under this conference report, and it can happen under any law we pass. But that's not a reason to not pass the bill. There are many reasons to allow these folks who have these difficulties to be able to present this evidence, and I've said this before, I would rather see a guilty person go free than to have an innocent person or a person that shouldn't be convicted. And that is the lens from which I look at this bill. There are many, many occasions when an individual with developmental disabilities, on the autistic spectrum disorder, or this defined mental illness group, I believe should be able to introduce that evidence. And I trust our judges and our juries to decipher that and to determine what is relevant and what is not. So I am going to support the conference report.
For what purpose does the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, would the gentleman from Hanover yield for a question?
Senator yield.
Mr. President, I'd yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask the gentleman, would he not agree that there is a huge difference between a simple mental health issue that may constitute a neurosis to the very, very end of the spectrum where somebody is legally insane? Would the gentleman not agree there's a huge different gradations?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, having still carried around my DSM-4 in the car regularly, not the 5, so I still go with the old version. There are lots of different levels. I cannot pronounce my H's very well, so I'm not going to concede that particular word, but there are significant differences, yes.
Would the gentleman yield for another question?
Senator yield.
Yes, Mr. President, I yield.
Senator yield. You have the floor.
As I understand the gentleman's point, if somebody is so mentally ill that they have reached that far end, which is classified as legally insane, you agree that that should come before a jury, but anything below that is not admissible in front of a fact finder to show the requisite mens rea. Is that the gentleman's position?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I will answer the gentleman as I stated initially. This bill has, as I can see it, really 3 different parts. One is if you have a developmental disability or intellectual disability, I would argue that that is a legitimate factor for us to consider. The second part that I would also say is one for us to consider is autism spectrum disorder, as defined in the most recent issue of the DSM-5, not the one I carry, the DSM-4. I think that that should be considered. But, Mr. President, the part that I do not favor in this bill is the additional part of mental illness as defined, because, Mr. President, even that opens up a significantly greater issue when you're dealing with mens rea for you to go outside of the current process we have. So I do believe there should be some gradation, and that gradation should be for things that are in here: developmental disability or intellectual disability and autism spectrum disorder.
The gentleman yield for another question.
Senator Yield.
I would yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Does the gentleman understand that you can have a intellectual disability, or you can have a developmental disability and not have any mental illness at all? Is the gentleman aware of that?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, my wife has her PhD in psychology, so I have been educated a little more than maybe some other individuals along the way. Certainly there are differences. Mr. President, that does not change the fact that the language of this bill does not differentiate gradations. What it says is very clearly one of three things must occur as prerequisites. You have to have a developmental disability or intellectual disability, autism spectrum disorder, or mental illness as defined and having been treated. So, Mr. President, we can have a disagreement on at what level that creates a challenge for a person being found not guilty with no other consequences versus the current system we have in. But the way this is written now does lead to the ability for a judge or a jury to make the determination that if an individual has a mental illness, they've been treated for that, diagnosed for that mental illness, treated for that mental illness, and for whatever reason, after that, they don't have the mens rea to commit a crime, then the only choice that that jury is going to have is to find the individual not guilty.
Would the gentleman yield for another question?
Senator Yield.
I yield, Mr. President.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
I would ask the gentleman, as an active practitioner with a large criminal defense practice, does he not agree that if somebody does not possess the requisite mens rea or scienta to commit a crime, that that person is not guilty? And I'm hoping the gentleman can answer with a yes or a no.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I'd answer the gentleman that I've taught my daughter not to answer any questions yes or no, particularly when they're not yes or no answerable questions. Mr. President, I'd answer the gentleman that there are some fact patterns that you can come up with where you would want there to be some flexibility for a judge or jury. The way the language in this one section has been drafted, there are a multitude of fact patterns that you can come up with that create some results that I do not think are good, that I do not think are positive. So, Mr. President, you can certainly say if somebody has a mental illness, they've been diagnosed, they have active treatment, they either choose not to engage in the active treatment voluntarily or involuntarily, or for some reason the treatment needs to alter, and they commit a criminal act that's significant and impactful, we can disagree about what the result of that should be. But, Mr. President, we have, and in this particular case, I think that this bill goes too far and opens up too many opportunities for a person to be found not guilty and the court to have very limited, if no opportunity to require treatment or to require them to be restored.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. President, may I speak to the measure?
Senator's the floor.
Thank you very much. I would like to associate myself with the comments from the gentleman from King George, who has been both a prosecutor and a defense attorney. This is probably the second or third time that this body has covered this, because the gentle lady, the senior senator from Richmond, had a bill that got out of here, and now we're considering the House bill. But here is the problem with the gentleman from Hanover's suggested way to approach this. He says, if you are mentally ill, then just simply plead not guilty by reason of insanity. The problem is this: you may have many mental health issues. Everybody agrees, but it doesn't reach the level of not guilty by reason of insanity. I can't state in strong enough language how high that bar is, how high that burden is. What the gentleman from Hanover is suggesting is this: if you don't reach that maximum level that you're legally insane, then you are prevented from raising a mental health issue that affects whether or not you're aware that you're committing this crime. And I use the example, and I just can't think of a better one. I wish I could. There are those individuals out there who are walking, talking to themselves. They're talking to people to the left and to the right, but there are no people there. They are talking to the people in the trees. They have, sadly and unfortunately, mental health issues that prevent them from carrying on the normal doings of life. But they are not insane. They may commit an offense. They may assault somebody and think that they're assaulting Darth Vader, or that somebody has a gun and is coming after them, but that's not the case. All this bill says is that if an individual has a mental health illness, and that mental health illness is in DSM-5, that you can present it to the fact finder. It's not a get out of jail card free, but it simply allows for the defendant to show the judge or the jury, listen, this is the reason that I committed that act. I had a certain mental illness. I didn't have the requisite intent, mens rea, scienter, whichever word you want to use. I hope that the body will support the HB 2047.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds rise?
Speak briefly to the conference report.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I don't think this bill is going to open up the Pandora's box my friend from Hanover speaks of. I've long worried about the intersection of criminal justice and mental health. And the reality is that huge percentages of the population of our regional jails and our Department of Corrections are made up of people who struggle with one form or another of mental illness. This bill does two important things. And I don't know if the bill I've got copied, the conference report I've got copied is exactly the one on line, but on line 229 of the bill I've got, it's section F of 19.271.6. It says that nothing in this section affects the requirements for a not defense of insanity pursuant to the NGRI statute. That, and as anyone who's practiced law knows, that standard is nearly impossible to meet. What this bill does in the first part, it codifies a requirement that indigent defense counsel, that court-appointed lawyers have some training on issues related to mental health and developmental disabilities. The Supreme Court's done a good job of incorporating that into the curriculum the last few years, but there's nothing wrong with codifying that to make sure it lasts for time immemorial. The second thing important that it does is it will allow a finder of fact to get the whole picture of a defendant, whether that person has a developmental disability or a mental illness. That certainly does not require, if that's not going to require a directed verdict, or it's not going to go to an ultimate question in fact, but it is going to allow the whole picture to be before the finder of fact, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. A third thing this bill does, it's captured in the second and third enactment clauses, is it directs the collection of data and the reporting of information back to the General Assembly, because some of the issues the senator from Hanover raises are important issues. This is a big change, but I think it's an important change. It's one we need to make, and I'd urge you to adopt the conference report.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2047? Seeing now, the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the conference report.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it is really important to understand the difference between an affirmative defense and a rule of evidence. And basically, not guilty by reason of insanity is an affirmative defense that once you find someone has met that standard, you must acquit. That is not what happens with this bill. As we've already heard, there are some crimes where there is a specific intent required. This bill allows evidence of whether a mental illness, and I'll only focus on that since that's the subject of debate, prevented someone from having that specific intent. It doesn't go to the weight that's going to be given to that evidence. The Commonwealth can rebut that evidence. And if the finder of fact does find they didn't have the requisite intent, more often than not, there'll be a lesser crime they can be convicted of. For example, if you have a psychotic disorder that causes you to walk into a building and see something you think is yours and you leave, you may not be convicted of burglary, but you will still be convicted of trespass or something else. In the parade of horribles that the senator from Hanover presents, if someone is actually a danger to themselves or someone else, what this bill gives the judge the ability to do is to him or herself initiate the TDO process. This bill begins a much needed process of allowing people with mental illness, intellectual and developmental disabilities, and autism to begin to decriminalize their condition by saying a court will consider those conditions to the extent they're relevant in the process. Right now, if you have the resources to hire an excellent attorney who understands these conditions and the resources to plead these cases out at the beginning, you don't need this bill. But the vast majority of people with these conditions don't have those resources. And they get caught up in a system in which they get convicted of crimes they could not possibly have had the intent to commit. And again, more likely than not, they're still going to be convicted of something else. I ask you to pass this conference report.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 13.
Ayes 26, noes 13. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 8, House Bill 2167.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I would yield, I suppose, to the senator from Arlington, because I do not support this.
Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will speak briefly, and then I yield to the senator from Northwestern Fairfax.
There's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would move passage of this conference report. And I think we should recognize that this conference report, I think, reaches a very important goal on bringing transparency to what the actions of the parole board happen to be. And it did pass the House 100-1, and there is bipartisan support for this conference report. What it does, very briefly, is in the publication of the statement of actions that the parole board does, it closely mirrors what the Senate substitute on Senate Bill 1104 had. I think it better explains it. So so when the statement is issued by the parole board, we have to articulate the offense which the prisoner was convicted of, the jurisdiction in which such offense was committed, the amount of time the prisoner served, whether the prisoner was granted or denied parole, And a very important additional element was the basis for the granting or denial of parole. So that's an important element, because we in the past have not talked about why somebody was granted parole. And then we also talk about, let's see, the conference report requires electronic notice to Commonwealth attorneys and the Virginia Witness Program if additional victim research is required. One of the elements that did not track with the Senate version was the due date for when this report, for when all this data that would be necessary to compile so the report could be as complete as what I just described. The Senate had an effective date of July 1, 2021. The conference report has July 1, 2022. And the other thing that the conference report does is it requires that this monthly report be published after the Commonwealth Attorney and the victim notification has taken place. I think this is a very reasonable conference report, and I hope it is the wish of the body to pass it. And I will yield to the senator from Northwestern Fairfax.
Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking in support of the bill.
Senator has the floor.
There are many elements in this bill that are carried in a bill that our minority leader carried earlier this year that we passed unanimously, specifically around 53.1-13(6)(c). It's identical to what is contained in this conference report. And the section that we're talking about talks about notifying the DOC of the decision to grant. The current law doesn't state what is to be communicated to DOC. This provides some clarity. Talks about the release date of the DOC to be no sooner than 30 days from the notice of the parole grant from the parole board. The current law doesn't address the setting of a release date by DOC. The language provides clarity and specifically lays out a timeline for setting a release date as it relates to different types of releases, which are discretionary parole, geriatric conditional release for terminally ill patients, and a setting of a release for when the death of is going to be imminent. Current law doesn't address the setting of a release date by DOC at all. It only requires a 21-day notification from the parole boards by certified mail to the Commonwealth's attorney for discretionary parole release, or by telephone or electronic means where death is imminent. The Senate version of the bill that is the companion to HB 2167 keeps the current law, which is vague and gives rooms for multiple interpretations. The House version and this conference report clarifies that. The notice to the Commonwealth's attorney is to be done by electronic means. So why do we also have to have certified mail? Requiring both means unnecessary and inefficient progress. The return receipts are not always returned, and we know that our postal system is under a little bit of a hardship these days, and I don't know about you, but we've had bills that have not been paid on time, even though we mailed them well in advance. So if the goal is to ensure notice, it should be done in the most direct and efficient way possible, which at this point right now is electronic means. Additionally, the section clarifies and allows notice by phone or electronic means without any time requirement for those where a death is imminent. This is consistent with current law, but the language is much clearer and addresses the new code section released to those who are terminally ill. And all of those kinds of things have already been passed in the bill that Senator Norment sponsored earlier in the year. And again, one of the things that the senator from Arlington just talked about was the time frame for reporting. We understand that Department of Corrections does not have the technical capacity to get those reports done immediately, in the Senate version of this. And so the House version and the conference report give us a little bit more time to get that through. And I move the bill pass.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak in opposition to the conference report.
Senator, the floor.
I had some strong words that I was inclined to use with respect to this, but I will water it down a little bit and suggest that this is window dressing, pure and simple. We should not adopt it. And I'm going to tell you, first of all, where I was and where I am on this conference report, and I think I've got a pretty doggone reasonable position. There are parts of this that I care deeply about that I'm really willing to give on. And they are things that the administration offered and suggested that they could do and would do back when we debated this during this special session. But now they don't want to do them, and they object and have asked to take them out of the bill. And, I don't like that, but I would live with it in order to advance the ball. I want to tell you that, I'll tell you, first of all, what I could live with and what I think all of us ought to say we would live with, and that is get rid of the delayed enactment. Just that, okay? Just get rid of the delayed enactment. I would sign a conference report if it got rid of the delayed enactment. But what they are doing, when we were here in the special session, we were at the beginning of this scandal involving the illegal actions of the parole board and their obfuscation, their total their contempt for their own regulations and state law requiring notification. And during that special session, there was no suggestion, none whatsoever, that the parole board couldn't do this, that they couldn't, slap up on their website at the end of each month the jurisdiction in which the parolees, committed their crimes, or the length of time that they'd served, or the offense for which they were convicted. No suggestion of that. I mean, this bill was introduced back in August of last year. Now the administration is saying, oh, please give us a bill. We're looking forward to providing increased transparency over our parole board. But let's just stick this language on that makes sure that this administration doesn't have to provide that transparency, that it's somebody else's problem, the next administration, the next parole board. Let's wait for another 18 months before we start telling the people of Virginia who we're letting loose on parole. I mean, this is paying lip service to a problem and kicking the can down the road for a year and a half, and that's outrageous. And I told the patron in the House, you get rid of that, and I'll swallow the toads with respect to the rest of this. Well, let me tell you a couple of other things that are in here that I do object to, but these are the toads I'd be willing to swallow. Number one, certification of the Department of Corrections that the parole board has fulfilled its obligations. So, here's the problem. When this scandal involving the parole board first came to light back in the spring, it came to light because Commonwealth's attorneys in Richmond, Halifax, Suffolk, all over the state said, wait a second, I mean, you all are letting out criminals, murderers, cop killers, and you aren't even telling us. I mean, you're not even telling us that you're opening the door of the prison. You're not even telling the victims of these crimes. And they came back and said, we misunderstood. The law was ambiguous. And besides, we can't hold up the release of these folks. It's the Department of Corrections that actually opens the door of the prisons. So, working with the Center from Eastern Fairfax and with the administration, we crafted compromise language that would really get at that and say, okay, we acknowledge that there are responsibilities of the parole board, but they don't hold the keys to the prison. So we're going to say, Department of Corrections, don't open the door unless you've got a little checklist from the parole board saying, did you notify the Commonwealth Attorney? Check. Did you notify the victims? Check. All right, you check both those things, you can open the door, let them go. They took that out. They took that out. Why? I mean, that's the heart of the problem. That's what the law that they absolutely violated. This is a way to make sure that that's corrected. But the administration, the House, they apparently don't want to fix that problem. I'd give on that. I would give on that and come back and fight that battle again next year. But no. Then we've got notice to the Commonwealth's attorney and victim witness coordinators, okay? So here's, just yesterday, all right, as this scandal is developing, just yesterday, one of the reports from the Office of the Inspector General was published on Lynchburg TV. It involved the release of Deborah Scrivener in Halifax County, and it pointed out that the parole board, it appears, just deliberately said, we're not going to notify the family of this victim of a murder that was committed 8 years ago. This wasn't 40 years ago, this was 8 years ago. They didn't notify that family. When the family ultimately found out that Ms. Scrivener had been paroled back into their community, parole board said, we couldn't find her. We couldn't find her. Turns out, family lived in the same place for 20 years. They didn't move. They didn't move. They didn't go anywhere. And this is in the Inspector General's report. So all this provision did was said, just not before the consideration of the grant of parole, but before you let them go. Before you let them go, let the Commonwealth's attorney and the victim witness coordinator know. Just notify them, because they probably have a better line on where the family lives. And in that case, they knew exactly where the family lived. Okay? That was in the bill, and it got dropped in this conference report. But I can swallow that toad. I think it's wrong. I'd come back and fight that fight next year. You rest assured. I would come back and fight that fight next year. But here's the one I cannot swallow. You know, we've got all this great language, and Senator from Arlington, Senator from Northwestern Fairfax are exactly right. The disclosure provisions that are in here, I mean, they're the disclosure provisions that I wrote back in August. And I like them. I think they're good. But there's absolutely no reason that the parole board should not make those disclosures starting in July. I mean, if you ever look at their website, I mean, it's not a high-tech website. I mean, they dump an Excel spreadsheet into their website every month. That's all they do. And there's absolutely no reason they can't stick 2 more fields or 3 more fields in that Excel spreadsheet and publish it. And they've got until July. And if the governor's office was really serious about increasing transparency, they'd have been working on it last August. But they're absolutely not. This is part of the whitewash. They don't want to fix to this. They want to be able to say, look, we've got this bill on our desk, and we're going to increase transparency. Look, just reject this. Let's take the delayed enactment provision off. Let's get a new conference committee appointed. I'll link arms. I will urge its passage so that we can advance the ball. Let's get some real transparency and help get this crisis towards a resolution.
For what purpose is Senator from Eastern Fairfax? Senator Servell, rise.
Sorry, speaking to the conference report.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, we've been asking the parole board to do a lot lately. Last year, we gave them Fishback. They got to process all the fishback folks. Then we also allowed cases where the inmate was a juvenile at the time of the offense to be eligible for parole. They're working on that. We also, in the special session, passed the earned sentence credit, which made a whole bunch more people eligible for parole that they're trying to cope with. And on top of all that, there's 2,400 people eligible for discretionary parole just by what normally happens. And they're trying to deal with all of that right now, processing through their system with, I think, like 5 employees or something like that. The administration told me that they checked with their vendor for their software, and the vendor came back and said that they were going to need this additional time in order to be able to deal with the computer system upgrades necessary to deal with this. And, I wasn't happy that expungement's going to take 4 years to get the computer straight, but, this is only a short delay, I think 12 months, and that's the explanation that we've been given for this. And so, Mr. President, I would also just note that this bill came out of the other side, this conference report came out of the other side, 97-0, and I know that makes the senator from James City County's head spin whenever you say that. But I would just note that there's got some pretty tough law and order types over there, and if this bill is good with them, it strikes me that I don't think there's any malintent here. I think this is a good compromise. I would hope we could support it.
For what purpose, Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola, rise.
Just for concluding remarks, Mr. President.
Senator, I'm sorry to interrupt. Do you want to wrap up? Because we said a few more senators want to chime in. It's up to you. Do you want to go now, or do you want to wrap up?
I guess I will yield to my colleagues.
Okay, thank you, Senator. For what purpose does the senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to clarify something. There's a monthly reporting requirement that's already in action. So this is one piece of the reporting that we're talking about, but every month the Parole Board and the DOC are required to share information about what's going on. And so I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
Mr. President, speaking to the conference report very briefly, Senator from Eastern Fairfax says we're asking the parole board to do a lot. Well, cry me a river. Thank you.
Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the conference committee report? Seeing none, Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Mr. President, this really is a very good compromise. This does move us forward on transparency. I just want to remind the body that the information we are requesting for future reports actually contains the Senate language. And if the governor so chooses to put additional dollars in or put an earlier enactment clause on, that would be probably a welcome step. But I think it's important that we get this done right. With all the information we've been hearing on the parole board, I look forward to having more transparency. I just want it done right, and I think all of us do as well. Having said that, Mr. President, I do hope we adopt the conference committee report.
Thank the senator. Question is, should the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 18.
Ayes 20, noes 18. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, at this time, I would move the Senate stand in recess for 1 hour to allow the Senate Finance staff to present an overview of the budget conference report.
Thank the Senator. Without objection? Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess for 1 hour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Turning to slide number 4, I just will quickly reiterate that the Senate's budget priorities were included in this conference report. It still made investments in the people of Virginia and focused on COVID response. In education, that included no loss funding for K-12 enrollment, learning loss funding for summer and exceptional ed supports, support positions, the G3 initiative in higher education, and other flexible higher education funding. In Health and Human Resources, it included waiver slots and supports, personal care attendant rate increases, and supporting mass vaccination efforts. For employee compensation, as you've probably already read in the paper, it was 5% increases for both state and state-supported local employees and teachers. There were some targeted actions related to state troopers, Capitol Police officers, and some other small ones as well. In economic development, this was tax relief related to businesses, small business grants, and access to low-cost credit, housing, and broadband. Additionally, as is Senate tradition, it did prioritize structural balance. In addition to the $650 million that was included in the introduced budget, there was an additional $250 million going to reserves for a total of $900 million. There was also, it included the introduced amounts for the VRS payments. There is now $137 million, or a full year of cash for maintenance reserve under capital outlay versus debt, and some other additional one-time items to focus on structural balance. Turning to slide 5, this is just a summary of the general fund resources. There at the top you can see by year what those were. It's $1.8 billion higher than it was in Chapter 56, which is what we were in the 2020 special session, but still $633 million lower than Chapter 1289, which was the budget adopted at the end of the 2020 session and the reconvened. It does assume $220 million in revenue reductions related to income tax relief to individuals and businesses related to conformity under those acts, which I'll cover on another slide in more detail. It also includes a downward adjustment for the Virginia Housing Opportunity Tax Credit and includes the amount from the conference report, which was $15 million versus the $29.5 million that was in the Senate budget. It reflects a positive adjustment for ABC net profits, slightly less than what was in the Senate budget based on accommodating the 5% pay increase. And there's some revenues reductions related to the sales and use tax exemption for business purchasing for PPP. And there are some other adjustments related to agricultural credits, sales tax, and accommodation fees. Turning to slide 6, this is just a summary of the high level of the general fund resources. What you're probably most interested in is the unappropriated balance. It goes from the introduced, which was 51, Senate was almost 53, to the conference amendment, which leaves 11.1 million as the unappropriated balance. Turning to slide 7, this is the start of some of those things that I mentioned, but it's the changes to the general fund resources. You'll see there was some reductions, some taking of some agency balances from the legislative branch. There, if you look at the 674.3 amount for the mid-session revenue adjustment, later there's a line for the sales tax that goes to K-12. That will be total to the $730 million that Aubrey Lane, Secretary of Finance, mentioned previously. These next two lines relate to conformity that had been in the bill as introduced in the session. That were some additions that were at the request of the administration. The $100.6 million is the deductibility of the PPP loans and the Rebuild Virginia grants, which was accommodated at the Senate budget level at $100,000. The next couple of lines are things that I had already mentioned on the other page. Turning to slide 8, you can see a couple other changes related to picking up some revenue related to sports betting, the OCA threshold, and then some reduction related to a bill that passed related to charitable gaming reform. The next line under transfers, you'll see what I mentioned earlier, which was the K-12 sales tax adjustment related to that mid-session revenue adjustment, and what the ABC net profits were, and the now property transfer to VCU, which Sarah will talk about in capital, and a slight pickup in some funding from the OAG's Consumer Affairs Revolving Fund. Moving to slide 9, here are where the details are on tax conformity. I won't spend a lot of time on that because you saw this when we did the presentation on the Senate budget, But again, those Forgiven Paycheck Protection Program, or the PPP loans, are excluded for income purposes of Virginia income tax. It then partially conforms with respect to the deductibility of expenses funded with those loans by allowing individuals and the corporate taxpayers up to that $100,000 deduction that I mentioned. And this is for tax year 2020 only. There's also some additional tax subtractions of up to $100,000, as I mentioned, for the individual and businesses who are recipients of the Rebuild Virginia grants. And then lastly, there's some other tax provisions that are conformed to that are favorable to Virginia taxpayers, which include things such as enhanced deductions for charitable contributions. Slide 10 is the changes to the CARES Act allocations. We had a similar slide in the Senate budget. I'm not going to spend any time there, but those CARES Act allocations that got adjusted again. And as you can see, it sums to zero, but those are the lines and the updates for your information. And Madam Chair, that completes my portion of the presentation.
Are there any questions for April? Hearing none.
Thank you.
All right, if we could go to slide 12, please. In the area of commerce and trade, much of the focus has been on expanding access to affordable housing and broadband, and also providing support for COVID-impacted businesses. Some of the major budget items include a total investment of $125.7 million over the biennium for the Housing Trust Fund, just under $50 million each year for broadband infrastructure grants through the Virginia Telecommunication Initiative. The conference report also includes a provision allocating $25 million from grade machine revenues for small business grants through Rebuild Virginia. That is consistent with the Senate budget. Conference report provides $10 million to capitalize a fund to provide a source of low-cost credit for COVID-impacted businesses through the Virginia's network of community development financial institutions. There's also $10 million to improve infrastructure in the city of Petersburg, which is related to economic development opportunities, particularly in the pharmaceutical manufacturing space. Lastly, the big item I'll mention is $6.3 million related to the CMA CGM project. That's House Bill 5001 that this body addressed earlier today, and that is in support of the creation of 400 new jobs in the Commonwealth. And then moving on to slide 13, this slide includes the conference amendments for housing and community development. I'll just draw your attention to some of these items. Starting on the first row, the conference report makes no changes to the governor's recommended funding for the Housing Trust Fund, which I mentioned earlier. You'll also notice that some of these items on this slide and others have an asterisk by them. That just denotes that these are partial or full restorations of funding for items that had been funded in Chapter 1289 but were then unallotted and subsequently reduced. Moving on to the sixth row, I mentioned the Fund for Community Development Financial Institutions. You'll see that on that line. And then on the 10th row, I'll draw your attention to language around broadband infrastructure grants. This is language that provides a pilot program whereby municipal broadband authorities can apply for grants from the program without the partnership of a private sector provider. And that was, of course, the recommendation of the Broadband Advisory Council. Let's move to slide 14. And again, I will just draw your attention to a few of the larger items. First is House Bill 5001, which I mentioned, that's $6.3 million, $10 million for the infrastructure upgrades in the city of Petersburg related to pharmaceutical manufacturing. Skipping down to the fourth row from the bottom is the Talent Accelerator Program at the Virginia Economic Development Partnership. The conference report provides $2.4 million. That's just about half of what was included in Chapter 1289 that was unallotted. Also just below that is funding in the amount of $1.1 million for the implementing provisions of the Commonwealth's International Trade Plan at the Virginia Economic Development Partnership. And then on the last line, I'll just point out there is funding of $2.1 million for tourism promotion grants, and that's in accordance with Senate Bill 1398. Moving to slide 15, there is just about $35 million for the Virginia Employment Commission. and that includes $19 million to reimburse the Unemployment Compensation Fund for overpayments of unemployment benefits that would be forgiven in accordance with House Bill 2040. There's also $10 million in additional funding for customer service support and $5 million for IT upgrades that's related to changes needed to implement the provisions of federal COVID relief provisions. Moving down to Department of Small Business and Supplier Diversity, I'll just point out the small business certification line. This is language that, for lack of a better word, grandfathers in certain agricultural cooperatives that had previously been SWAM certified but were decertified based on an interpretation of the code, and this would make those co-ops eligible to be recertified. The line below that, Business One-Stop Improvement Plan, this is a language that directs the department to come up with a plan to improve this Business One-Stop program and website, and that's the recommendation of JLARC. Move to the next slide, slide 16. A couple items worth mentioning. There is a language item, I think it's on the fourth line there. This language would continue a work group to examine remedies for alleged labor law violations on state capital construction contracts, and also directs the Secretaries of Commerce and Trade, Administration, and Finance to establish an infrastructure to investigate potential worker misclassification and wage theft on the Commonwealth capital construction contracts. A couple more items that are of note under other. There is funding of just about $600,000 that is a transfer from the Office of the Chief Workforce Advisor to the new Secretary of Labor. Other language amendments, there is an update to the eviction moratorium language, which is mostly clarifying in nature, and then utility language, which does a couple of things. First, it allows for multiple draws from the municipal broadband relief program, and it also provides for additional relief in the form of debt forgiveness by a Phase 2 utility. Under current law, there was a forgiveness provision that ran through September 30th. This would extend that to the end of calendar year 2020. And I mentioned Virginia, the Rebuild Virginia grants. There's $25 million non-general funds. And Madam Chair, that is a quick summary of Commerce and Trade, but I'm happy to take questions on anything that I didn't cover in detail.
Are there questions for Charles? Don't see any. Sarah, Higher Ed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Turning to higher education, I first wanted to mention two items for context that aren't specifically referenced in the budget, given that in 2020 the institutions were facing uncertain enrollment, reduced dorm capacity, and students and families with changing financial circumstances. The first is the Chair's bill, Senate Bill 1134, that provided debt service relief over FY21 and 22 and 23, potentially totaling over $200 million. And then most of the federal relief funding is not specifically included in these amounts, although there are a few specific allocations. So in terms of the state budget, after Chapter 56 reversed many of the actions from the 2020 regular session, the conference report results in a net increase of $142 million compared with the introduced budget, including the Senate's $73.5 million in FY22, essentially continuing into the second year of the funding provided in the special session to be used flexibly for either financial aid, operations, or other impacts of COVID-19, plus an additional $40 million for the same purposes, and also allocates $34.5 million in federal funding for COVID-19 testing. The report maintains the restoration of $30 million in need-based financial aid and also allocates $22 million of the Gear 2 funding for one-time financial aid and maintains the $36 million for the new G3 Community College Workforce Initiative and allocates a total of $5 million for 60 advisors statewide to improve student success. Higher education is also included in the compensation actions that Adam will discuss later, and there is some additional flexibility for higher education other than for the classified employees. On slide 19, Here is a summary of the amendments related to financial aid that you have heard before, including the G3 item, which does have a slight language change, adding income-eligible COVID-related frontline workers such as healthcare, first responders, and other essential workers as indicated from phases 1A and 1B if they are income eligible. On the third row, regarding tuition assistance grants for students at private institutions, the conference report reflects the House position, which restores students in online programs at $2,000, which is half of the maximum potential grant overall of $4,000. And the full original biennial amounts are included for the new affordability initiatives at Norfolk State University and Virginia State University for up to 300 local students each. On slide 20, this is a summary of amendments related to other restorations from 2020 for the Massey Cancer Center at Virginia Commonwealth University. The conference report includes $5 million in the second year plus $2.5 million in the current year. The report endorses the next three lines, which were included in the introduced budget for George Mason, Old Dominion, Norfolk State, and VSU. And on the fifth line regarding Radford University, the conference report provides $8 million in addition to the two in the Unified Amendment, which will fully fund the anticipated costs of equalizing tuition for the new programs with the recent merger for the Health Sciences program. The next two lines, restoring the institution-specific items at certain institutions, maintains the Senate position as well as for the higher education centers. After that is a restoration from 2020, $1.3 million in the second year for Innovative Internships program, and $1 million in the first year for the Community College Hub for Innovation, which is a partnership with Lord Fairfax and Shenandoah University. The bottom two are similar to what was in the Senate's budget, and on slide 21, the top two rows show the $73.5 million plus that additional $40 million. This is included in item 262.80, number 1C, and includes the by institution allocations in the half-sheet document. The report also maintains the funding for Connected Campus at Norfolk State University and adds $4 million for James Madison University related to enrollment trends over time. The conference report provides up to $1.5 million each year for a potential new high-performance computing initiative at Jefferson Lab, directing the funds from existing economic development sources. The report includes $5 million for a new accredited School of Public Health as a joint venture between Old Dominion University and Norfolk State University. The next line, which begins with William & Mary, includes a total of $3 million across those 5 institution-specific initiatives. For William & Mary, underrepresented minorities in data science, a health initiative at UVA-Wise, the Solar Shine program at a community college, another community college initiative at Dabney Lancaster, New River, Virginia Western, and funding for Virginia Tech Unique Military. The following line provides $2.5 million additional for cancer research at University of Virginia. And regarding Virginia Tech Cooperative Extension Resiliency Initiative, the report includes $1 million general fund for internet and additional extension agents, and also adds $4 million in bonds for equipment funding related to those efforts. For the remaining lines, those are all consistent with the Senate's original position, except for Richard Bland, and the conference report does retain that $300,000 and adopts adjusted House language, including having to do with potential strategic partnerships and possible academic mergers with certain reporting. And that completes higher education.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions? Okay. Tyler, K-12.
Moving to K-12 on slide 23, and in your packets are the distributions to divisions. The conference report results in a net increase of $14.8 million over the biennium, plus an additional $23.2 million in lottery proceeds this year. The major highlights are $233.7 million for a 5% salary increase. Divisions have the ability to access prorated funds if the division provides an increase of at least 2% but less than 5%, giving divisions flexibility if they can't meet the full 5%. It's provides $49.5 million to fund the revision to the SOQs for the 3 specialized support positions for every 1,000 students, and then provides $40 million to support instructional activities to address learning loss. Moving to slide 24, this slide details the mid-session K-12 sales tax reforecast. The mid-session reforecast revises the sales tax estimate up by $193.6 million over the biennium. After completing the typical basic aid offset and then making adjustments to the COVID-19 local relief payments and the no-loss payments in the introduced budget, it is a net general fund impact of $5 million spent for the sales tax increase. Moving to slide 25, I'm going to hit the highlights on this. On row 5, the conference amendments reduce the no-loss payments by $70.6 million. This is the adjustment for sales tax plus some other increases to spending. And this would provide $443 million to divisions for the no-loss due to declining enrollment. On line 11, the conference amendments provide $30 million to increase the infrastructure and operations per pupil. This will allow 40% of lottery proceeds to be used as flexible per pupil amount. The conference amendments maintain $26.6 million for school counselors to fund them at the statutory ratio. The conference amendments provide $14.6 million to increase the cost of compete for support positions, and then it also maintains $11.1 million to restore the VPI per pupil increase. Moving to slide 26, the conference amendments remove inclusion of Accomack and Northampton in the full COCA amount and then provide $2 million support for Accomack and Northampton for teacher retention efforts. The conference amendments provide $1.2 million to Allegheny and Covington schools for their consolidation and then set the incentive payments for $600,000 for 3 subsequent fiscal years. Provides $300,000 for the dual enrollment passport pilot grants to align dual enrollment course offerings to the community college passport degree, and then provides $350,000 to restore the Blue Ridge PBS and $250,000 to restore active learning grants. Moving to slide 27, this just details the federal funds that the conference report appropriates. The conference amendments appropriate $7 million to support Virtual Virginia's expansion in the next school year, $8.8 million to develop the growth assessment system required by the Senate bill and House bill, provides $62.1 million to expand the child care subsidy during the emergency, and then provides $30 million for competitive grants for remediation and recovery to address learning loss, and then $6.5 million to allow special education students who would have aged out in this school year to have an additional year in school. And then just as a reminder, divisions still have access to $845 million in the direct federal funds from the recent stimulus, and these funds are flexible in use to get our schools reopened and address learning loss. Moving to slide 28, a lot of the conference amendments here for the Department of Education were related to JLARC studies, $400,000 for statewide teacher recruitment and retention efforts, including special education teachers, $200,000 for special education oversight related to the Senate bill and House bill, and then $100,000 to develop a plan to monitor school divisions' compliance with state standards. And then on the last slide for the other education agencies, the conference amendments maintain $1 million at the VMFA for the development of a plan for Monument Avenue's future, $400,000 to restore storage space lease and IT upgrade at the Museum of Fine Arts, $1 million to restore the state aid to local public libraries, almost $900,000 to support Jamestown Yorktown Foundation, and then $200,000 here at the Science Museum for security upgrades. And Madam Chair, that completes K-12.
Any questions? Yes, Senator Favola.
Thank you so much. My question relates to page 27, the COVID-19 remediation and recovery grants and the special education eligibility extension. Will school systems have to apply for those grants? Will it be a competitive process? What criteria would be used in the award?
So for the remediation and recovery grants, those would be competitive, and divisions would apply through DOE, and those would be guidelines would be developed by the Department of Education. The divisions would then be distributed $40 million directly in general funds for that learning loss payments back on slide 23. And then the special education eligibility extension is distributed directly to divisions based on the number of students who would age out. And so in that distribution table, you will see the direct distribution to each school division. They will not have to apply for those funds.
Any further question? Thank you, Tyler. Next is Health and Human Resources. Mike.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in Health and Human Resources on slide 31, you see the conference report actually results in a net reduction of $742 million in HHR. This is mainly due to the enhanced federal match for Medicaid that has been provided, as well as other additional federal funds that have been provided for vaccinations and testing related to the pandemic. There's still about actual spending, it's just netted out of about almost $140 million in HHR, and we'll see that as we go through the slides. On slide 32, you'll actually just see that's the typical table to show you the numbers if you want to see it by fiscal year. Moving to slide 33, as I just mentioned, this is a slide to summarize the COVID-19 spending. The story with this slide, as we've talked about before, is basically almost all of the additional funding for the vaccine program, surveillance, and COVID-19 communications has been supplanted with federal dollars. The one thing I'll note on this slide is, if you look in the middle, strengthening public health disease surveillance, is there is about $6 million in general funds added that will support about 50 positions across the local health districts to kind of boost disease surveillance. So this would increase the number of epidemiologists that work in the local health districts to respond to communicable disease outbreaks that would occur in the future. So that's actually a state investment in the health districts. Moving to slide 34, just to talk about some of the major HHR spending items. The first one you'll see is personal care rates. This is the largest increase that's included in HHR. It increases the rates 6.4% on May 1st of this year. And then to January 1st of 2022, it increases at 12.5%. So this is to reflect the minimum wage increases, but it also pays the personal care aides higher than that. So just to give you an idea, in January of 2022, where they would be at in Northern Virginia, that would take the rates for the consumer-directed aides to $15.30 per hour, and for the rest of the state, $11.81 per hour. The next line here is extending the per diem. Currently, there's a $20 per diem for nursing facilities that goes through June 30th of this year. So this basically extends it by, it's a little bit smaller amount, but still $15 per day for the second year. Then to note, there are 435 developmental disability waiver slots added for $7.1 million in the conference report, and this increases the second year FY22 amount. A total of 985 slots will be created in that year. The conference report also adopts kind of a 3-year phase-in of updating the local health department match rates. It provides $5 million for CASA Welcome Center in Prince William County for immigrants, and 10% increase at $4.4 million for the auxiliary grant rate and aging and rehab services, and then $3.4 million related to sick leave for consumer-directed aids, which was legislation passed by the General Assembly. On slide 35, just to note some of the other spending items in HHR, which actually go in the next few slides. There's $2.7 million related to expanding remote patient monitoring in Medicaid, which is also legislation passed by the General Assembly. $2.3 million in support for Children's Hospital of the King's Daughters. $2 million to support a community center in Northampton County. $1 million in funding to merge the 2 managed care programs. This is one-time funding to kind of the systems updates to merge the 2 programs so that effective in FY23, there will be 1 single Medicaid managed care program in the Commonwealth. Moving to slide 36, just getting to some of the smaller ones, I'll just note a couple. $1.3 million, the conference report is provided for the Emergency Department Care Coordination Program, so this is to continue to kind of fund and support those efforts to reduce unnecessary usage of the emergency departments. And then about $700,000 provided to increase the TANF cash assistance rate by about 10%. Then moving to slide 37, to some smaller items, just a few things to note. It's just additional, the State Kinship Guardianship Assistance Program, which was related to legislation that the General Assembly passed, was funded, as well as funding to do personal care, orientations for personal care aides, lead water testing and drinking water testing within the health department. Some additional funding was provided in there as well. And then moving to slide 38. Slide 38 just summarizes the restorations from the 2020 session, where things were unallotted. Just to note, and what the governor had introduced in his budget, $2.5 million was taken out in the conference report related to level fund discharge assistance planning, even though there's still a significant amount of funding remaining in the budget for discharge assistance plans from state psychiatric hospitals. You can see the next few, $3.8 million for pilot projects. So this restores the full funding for these pilot projects with hospitals and other providers to reduce the state psychiatric hospital census and relieve the pressure on the state hospitals, as well as $2.1 million to restore for the forensic discharge planning in jails, $2.2 million to restore funding for the behavioral health loan repayment program, which was new, and the nursing preceptor program. So these are workforce programs to promote workforce in critical areas. $1.8 million for brain injury program, Centers for Independent Living, and a dementia program. $1.3 million to fund the Sexual and Domestic Violence Prevention Fund to restore that amount and to provide funding to support the Laurel Center. Moving to slide 39. This slide just summarizes the savings actions. I've already talked about it before. It's mainly the enhanced federal match as well as a few other things. Just the one to note here is the fourth one down, so planning the child care school age funds. In the special session, $16.6 million had been freed up as general funds to support those efforts. But with the additional federal fundings that we have received since then, this action just supplants that funding with those federal funds. And then moving to slide 40, just to note, there are, of course, many language items in Health and Human Resources, to note a few. So there's language to look at a partnership with Chesapeake Regional Hospital on their psychiatric beds that they're adding. This is similar to what the state did with CHKD last year and their expansion of beds. Also language looking at directing using of additional federal funds that Congress is currently looking at to provide to states, that some of that funding would be used to support DD waiver providers. Then a work group to look at aging services, improving oversight of the Children's Services Act based upon the JLARC recommendations, and then developing strategies for the Virginia Treatment Center for Children to help out with the state hospital. That's the place at VCU to help out with the state hospital census issues for the one Virginia children's facility. That, Madam Chair, concludes HHR.
Okay, are there any questions for Mike? Yes, Senator Sassel.
89.
Madam Chair, Senator Sazwa. So in the bill that was passed by Congress and signed by the President at the end of December, they explicitly provided money to states. $77 million was directly for vaccines. And then the remaining amount of about $12 million, we reallocated previous coronavirus relief funds for that purpose.
Okay.
Are there any other questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator Evan.
Yeah, and I apologize, I don't recall whether this was in Health and Human Resources or Education. Which covers the Virginia Preschool Initiative?
That would be Tyler.
Okay, I'll wait. Madam Chair, if I could ask a question.
Yes, please.
On slide 36, the last item, additional funding for recovery residents, I greatly appreciate seeing some funding in there. Did the CAPRIS language that was on there before go away? It was my understanding it was, or is this just going to be divided up among all the recovery residences? Thank you.
Madam Chair, Senator Bell. So yes, the funding for that was doubled. So the additional $250,000 was put in. The language related to the CAPRIS accreditation, with the language, it doesn't restrict it to just that one, or to a person or to an organization that's accredited. It basically, but it does say that you have to provide that funding to such an organization. So it can still go to the other organizations, but it's, language was added to make sure that the one that is CAPRIS accredited will get money.
Any other questions? Okay, next up is public safety.
That's me again.
That's you again, good.
Says, Madam Chair, so public safety, slide 42 is really just a summary slide, so we'll just move on to slide 43. There aren't a tremendous number of actions in public safety, but in the Department of Emergency Management, this is also one where you can see about $47 million of money included in the introduced budget related to the emergency response to COVID-19 was actually supplanted because we received federal reimbursement through FEMA for some of those costs that had previously been paid. So we were able to supplant that. And the other just two actions in emergency management. There's $2.5 million to continue the emergency shelter assistance program, which was created last year. So this creates an ongoing, sustained level of support for that fund each year. And then there's about $100,000 provided for a position at emergency management to look at equity and inclusion and as part of disaster response going forward. So on slide 44 in the Department of Corrections, just a couple of things to note is about $500,000 was provided to expand sex offender treatment services at DOC to try to do more treatment in the facilities before they would potentially have to be civilly committed to the Virginia Center for Behavioral Rehabilitation. Almost just shy of $600,000 in the Corrections Special Reserve for Woodrums related to various pieces of legislation passed by the General Assembly. And then $250,000 for video visitation for inmates to kind of expand that capacity within DOC. And then language related to the correctional officer bonus. This is the previous bonus of $500 that was provided to ensure that the Lawrenceville Correctional Center, which is privately managed, the money is only provided to the actual officers for the bonus. Moving to slide 45 from the Department of State Police. Adam can talk about what was done for state police compensation when he gets to central accounts. And related to the vehicle replacement, essentially the conference report reduced that amount to about $7.2 million. It's really just to reflect the replacement cycle of 130,000 miles per vehicle rather than 100,000 that the introduced budget had envisioned. And there's also language for the state police to report back on kind of the process for how they determined which vehicle to replace the sedans with. There's also about 3 positions and $300,000 for cold case investigators at the state police. And there's $13.3 million, of which $13 million of this is directly related to the cost of expungement legislation within the state police. And then just to note, there was a language item in the state police at the bottom to develop a report on developing the firearms rental mental health registry that they would report back to in the fall. Moving to slide 46, just to note kind of two things for other public safety agencies that the conference report changed. One was to provide additional one-time grant to a youth outreach organization in Portsmouth, as well as the legislation related to the child support payments for DJJ, that they can no longer collect the child support payments. So about $400,000 was provided to kind of offset that lost revenue for DJJ. Moving to slide 47, just other public safety agencies. Most of the items in ABC were more technical, related to legislation. I would note that the Secretary of Public Safety and Homeland Security, the conference report does require an evaluation, funding for enforcement of controlled substances to see if there's any money that could be freed up for other purposes. On slide 48, you can see just the summary of Veterans and Defense Affairs, but then moving to slide 49, just note just kind of 3 actions within the conference report for Veterans and Defense Affairs. One is $5 million to support the National Museum of the United States Army in Fairfax. There's about $147,000 related to the bill that was passed related to a liaison for military spouses. And then lastly, there's language to reallocate $190,000 of existing funding to support a military liaison position within the agencies. So with that, Madam Chair, that concludes Veterans and Defense Affairs.
Thanks, Mike. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Next up, Jason, Agriculture and Forestry.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Picking up on slide 51, the conference report includes a net total of $3.5 million in additional spending over the biennium. Those investments were targeted at food access and at water quality initiatives, and there's language at VDAX that directs the Inspector General to immediately begin a review of the Charitable Gaming Board. On slide 52, I'm only going to point out a couple of things here. Primarily a $2 million investment in the Virginia Food Access Investment Fund and a $600,000 investment in the Agricultural Food Assistance Program. And with respect to water quality programs, there is a $1 million investment for the Dairy Producer Grain Coverage Program and $750,000 for the Farmland Preservation Fund. Turning to the next slide, at Forestry, there was really only one significant action, which was a reversal of a proposed new initiative with VDEM. Turning to the next slide. At VDAX, the language directs the Office of the State Inspector General to, by October 1st, complete a review of charitable gaming in Virginia including permitting requirements, revenue calculations, enforcement of various social quarters and members and guest limitations, and whether or not the charitable gaming would be more appropriately vested with the Virginia Lottery. In addition, the language now prohibits any regulatory changes or the authorization of any additional physical machines until the end of the current biennium to allow both the Inspector General and the Special Joint Subcommittee to complete its work and make recommendations. That completes Agriculture and Forestry, Madam Chair.
Are there any questions? Seeing none.
Turning to Natural Resources. Picking up on slide 50, the conference report results in a net increase of $77 million over the biennium. This is primarily targeted at investments in water quality and investments in historical and cultural resources. When combined with actions in capital outlay, there's approximately $200 million in investments in Virginia's watershed implementation plan. This includes $100 million for wastewater treatment plants, of which $50 million is cash and $50 million is debt, $65 million for agricultural best management practices, and $25 million for the Stormwater Local Assistance Fund. At the Department of Historic Resources, there are additional investments of approximately $5 million for the preservation and restoration of African American cultural and historical sites, including a Great Dismal Swamp Underground Railroad project in the city of Chesapeake, the Carver Price Legacy Museum in Appomattox, the Jackson Project here for the 150th anniversary of Jackson Ward, and there is a $250,000 program to establish paid internships between the Department of Historic Resources and Virginia's historically black colleges and universities. Next slide, please. As you can see here, the bulk of the spending, of new spending, $52.7 million, is at the Department of Conservation and Recreation. I will highlight a few things. The conference report does provide $4 million for Project Harmony. It provides $3.5 million for the Chickahominy project, but allows the Virginia Land Conservation Foundation to make that award from its balances if it so elects, consistent with its current conservation practices. It provides $1.5 million to supply public water to Mason Neck State Park, and $1.4 million for improvements to Breaks Interstate Park. Next slide, please. At the DEQ and the Department of Historic Resources, we prioritized restoration of $12 million in staffing and supplemented that by another roughly $1.5 million to address challenges in staffing, specifically in the stormwater program, and additionally, new programs with respect to the permitting of solar projects across the Commonwealth. At the Department of Historic Resources, I mentioned most of the small things, or most of the historical African American things already. However, there are a number of other small things, including restorations of programs such as underwater archaeology and increasing the base operating support for the historians and archaeologists there at the Department of Historic Resources. Turning to the next slide. This slide just provides you some detail on the allocations of the Water Quality Improvement Fund. And I would note here that the General Assembly does provide appropriate technical assistance funding for Virginia's soil and water conservation districts of approximately $7 million. Next slide. There are a series of language amendments that I will not bore you with, but there are a number of studies and reports that are included at DEQ. Next slide. This is just a reiteration of several of those studies. Madam Chair, that completes Natural Resources.
Are there any questions on Natural Resources? I don't see any.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Turning to Transportation.
Now Transportation, you have several.
Yes, ma'am. The conference report does include a total of $323.4 million in one-time funding from one-time sources for a one-time 2021 transportation funding initiative. That funding is comprised of $55 million from the general fund, $233.4 million in federal funds from the Coronavirus Supplemental Appropriations Act, and $35 million in balances from the Transportation Partnership Opportunity Fund and the Access Road funding. Next slide, please. The use of that $323.4 million is as follows. $93.1 million would be used for the Interstate 64 corridor in both Hampton Roads and Richmond, and $83.5 million would be used on the northern portion of the Norfolk Southern corridor that runs from Washington, D.C. to the New River Valley. The $83.5 million would also be used to expand services west from Roanoke to Christiansburg, and language directs a cost accounting for the full extension all the way to Bristol. $32.4 million is provided in support of public transit services to fulfill Virginia's obligations to Metro and to its member jurisdictions. $10.9 million is provided to increase the statewide availability of fare-free transit services. $10 million is provided to expand and enhance the safety and connectivity of Virginia's existing network of bike trails. And $10 million is provided in partnership with Virginia Tech in support of a 5G connected community redevelopment pilot project at the Virginia Tech campus in the city of Falls Church. Additionally, $3.6 million is explicitly allocated from the Transit Ridership Incentive Program for long-distance commuter bus services. And any funding that is not allocated by June 1st, 2022 from those initiatives would go to statewide pavement and bridge maintenance. Also, language specifically states that if any additional one-time federal funding is provided by the Federal Highway Administration, then the $55 million in general funds would be unallotted. Next slide, please. There are several language amendments across the transportation agencies that provide flexibility in response to the pandemic. Most were included in the introduced, and the only new one would be to provide a 48-month moratorium on the repayment of any economic development access road loans that are authorized and have to be repaid here during the pandemic. There's language to extend the definition of non-repairable vehicles by 1 year. Language authorizing the I-81 Advisory Committee to meet twice annually. Language that requires annual updates on the status of transportation infrastructure that is at risk of inundation resulting from sea level rise. And in capital outlay, there is modification to the language authorizing $40 million in bond proceeds to be used for the Portsmouth Marine Terminal to support multiple offshore wind energy-related projects. Madam Chair, that completes transportation.
Thanks, Jason. Are there questions?
Thank you.
I remember a time not so long ago when the transportation report would have about an hour's worth of questions. So this is great. Next up, Adam, General Government.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. We're on the slide. As a recap, the governor's introduced budget included $97.8 million for bonuses for state and state-supported local employees to be paid September 1st of this year. The combined conference amendments for employee compensation add another $160 million in FY22 to provide a 5% full-year, second-year raise for state and state-supported local employees. For state police, they will receive an additional 3% raise plus an added compression adjustment of $100 per year of service. So to put this in perspective, this would increase the starting pay to roughly $48,000. And looking at an average sworn officer with 14 years of service, it amounts to an increase of $6,900 total and an average salary of about $75,000 or $75,700. There's also funding for a $1,000 one-time bonus for corrections and law enforcement staff of DOC and DJJ to be paid on December 1st. For registrars, their pay will be increased to be equal to treasurers at the same locality population levels. There's a restoration of about $2.2 million for the general fund share of increasing the pay band for local DSS employees, which is reflected in the HHR budget. And for Capitol Police, their funding to increase starting officer pay following graduation, as well as provide a compression adjustment and adjust the salaries and wages of full-time and part-time support staff. And of course, as Tyler already mentioned, there is funding for the state share of a 5% salary increase for teachers in FY22 with additional local flexibility. Next slide, please. Thank you. So just in consideration of the time, just touching on a couple of items here. In legislative, the conference report includes $5.9 million in legislative balances, which is reflected in the resources area. and includes the language establishing the joint subcommittee on tax policy. And obviously, there's some bills that were funded. The Senate Miller Memorial Tribute is funded, and then a few other items there. Next slide, please. So quickly wrapping up the legislative area, there's language that directs the circuit court clerks to provide case data to JLARC. And there is language directing the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee to convene a work group to review the utilization of non-elected and retired judges. Next slide, please. So moving into judicial, a number of items here related to bills. So the first line reflects the first of 4 years funding for the court systems modifications associated with the criminal records expungement or sealing bills. There's a companion amendment in state police for a little over $13 million, as Mike spoke to, for systems costs. So the total system modifications cost for this biennium associated with criminal records expungement or sealing is about $14.6 million. Jumping down a few lines, the conference report includes funding and positions related to the Court of Appeals expansion bill and is reflective of 6 judgeships and related attorney and operational support staff. There are companion amendments in the Office of the Attorney General and Indigent Defense Commission that add positions and funding as well for a total cost of about $13.7 million. Also included is the estimated criminal fund savings and court-appointed counsel costs from opening the new PD office in Chesterfield, as well as the $3.2 million associated with that new public defender office. The conference report also reflects savings associated with the abolishment of the death penalty and the removal of funding associated with the Capital Defender Office, regional offices, and this is partially offset by additional funds provided for attorneys and staff support and truing up the cost of the Prince William County PD office that was added in 2020 to reflect higher than budgeted for personnel and non-personnel operating costs. Next slide, please. All right, so finishing up with judicial, you can see the additional funding that was included for the Prince William office and then the funding for 8 attorney positions for the IDC related to the Court of Appeals bill. Next slide, please. In executive offices, not a whole lot. There are few language items, and then you can see for the Office of the Attorney General, the $4.2 million provided, again related to the Court of Appeals bill, reflective of the 27 attorney and 7 support staff positions that were allocated there. Next slide. Thanks. In administration, again, just focusing on a few items, there are the conference report maintains restorations for the Compensation Board and adds funding for the SAVIN Automated Protective Order Notification System. Jumping down a few lines, there's funding and language included for a Commonwealth's attorney staffing study, as well as language directing a review of the sheriff's office levels to determine sufficiency to meet the requirements of the Marcus Alert system. Jumping down a few more lines, there's $400,000 and 2 FTEs in language establishing a procurement work group to examine procurement-related legislation and propose changes to the code regarding procurement. Next slide, please. In administration, finishing up there, some funding was maintained for the VERIS system in ELECT, which should be completed by July of next year. And then in elections, there are 2 language amendments regarding elections administration. So one would create uniformity in collecting petition signatures for state and local offices during the pandemic. And 2 continues the provisions of Chapter 1 from the special session regarding the use of absentee ballots and drop-off locations for elections through July 1st. And it would expire coinciding with the effective date of the bills that passed this session regarding absentee voting processes and procedures so as to include any special elections and the June primary elections. Next slide, please. All right, in finance, I think most of this stuff was touched on, but again, there was an additional $250 million to the revenue reserve, bringing it to $900 million. Jumping down a few lines, there's $4 million to begin to defease the outstanding bonds on the Central Virginia Training Center, and then Treasury Board, the Middle River Regional Jail expansion project was added to the list of projects in the Treasury Board. Next slide, please. Central appropriations, top line, there's an amendment that removes and redirects the $36 million that was included in the introduced budget related to expungement, including marijuana-related expungements and other legislation. Next line, the conference report maintains the Senate position of allocating $3.5 million toward the initial operating cost of the Virginia Cannabis Control Authority created pursuant to the bills in lieu of a Treasury loan for that purpose. Next line, so all funding was maintained for funding that was in the introduced related to the Slavery and Freedom Heritage Site. The Emancipation and Freedom Monument was moved and a separate item from central appropriations to the legislative area, and then the funding for the inauguration and transition. There's still some language in the budget related to the Slavery and Freedom Heritage Site, but it makes all the funding essentially available right away that they would need right away, and then for additional the things related to the project that are out a little bit further down the road, they would have to submit information related to the planning on that, and then that funding would be made available to them. Jumping down a few lines, there's language that would establish a COVID-19 trust fund to which any federal funds related to the pandemic would be deposited and could not be expended unless provided for in an appropriation act. Next slide, please. So a few more items in central appropriations in parts 3 and 4 of the budget. So jumping down, I think the phase 2 utility debt relief was already covered by Charles. So there is a language amendment that directs the chairs of the Virginia Redistricting Commission to share information with legislative leadership regarding the status of census information and its impact on upcoming elections, as well as clarifying the rate of daily compensation and expense reimbursement for legislative and non-legislative members. And then you can see there's a companion Part 5 amendment for the relief of Ms. Esther Thorne, the funding for which was included in the finance area. Next slide, please. And concluding with just a few items here, I think really the only thing of note is the language in extending a Treasury loan to the Virginia College Savings Plan to cover the costs associated with designing and implementing the state-facilitated Virginia Saves program established pursuant to HB 2174. And Madam Chair, that completes my portion of the presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Good, Adam, thanks. Are there any questions? I don't see any.
Thank you.
Oh, I hear.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Sorry to be slow. Adam,
Irvin.
thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to ask Adam if he could just comment or help me understand better on the general registrar's salaries with making them equivalent to treasurers. Are we paying 100% of that, or are we just paying a portion of that?
Madam Chair, Senator Eben, no, that actually doesn't. That's a much more expensive proposition if you were to do that. So what this is doing, the Senate position obviously was the $2.5 million that would have increased to 100% reimbursement to localities. This is actually increasing the salaries for registrars at the population levels that currently exist for treasurers. So that would just move up to elect. That table would move up to elect and bring their salaries up commensurate with those local population levels.
So would the localities would the localities have to be kicking in part of that, or they would not any longer?
Madam Chair, Senator Eben, yes, they would, to the extent that they're not otherwise supplementing up to a level that would be consistent with that new salary level.
Thank you.
Any further question? Okay, thanks, Adam. Next is capital outlay with Sarah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Turning to slide 80 to wrap up with capital outlay. This was a large dollar difference with the House in terms of debt, and the gap was bridged with $150 million general fund cash and compromises on the bond amounts as you look at the differences in the first two lines on the table for general fund and tax-supported bonds. The conference report, as April mentioned, supplanted the full amount of the second-year maintenance reserve debt with cash. The report also maintains the proposal in the introduced budget for the replacement of the Supreme Court building and a DGS state office building. The conference report also restored general funds for several planning projects that had been in the pool in the 2020 session and unallotted. The report maintains the Senate's position regarding the planned bed capacity for Central State Hospital. It includes 15 infrastructure life safety projects and several non-general fund projects. There are some language amendments. Generally, they were the ones from the Senate's budget. And the natural resources and other higher education projects are detailed on the next slide, slide 81. As Jason mentioned, the conference report includes a total of $100 million for reimbursement for wastewater treatment projects, including $50 million general funds and $50 million in bond proceeds. The report also authorizes going to construction for 3 projects initially planned beginning in 2016. As listed, the undergraduate lab at Virginia Tech, Integrated Science Center, Phase 4 at William & Mary, and a health sciences building at Germanna Community College, and 2 supplements for existing projects, Life Sciences Engineering Building, additional floor at George Mason, and Chesapeake Research Building at Virginia Institute of Marine Science. In the middle of the slide, The report rescinds a prior debt authorization for CCALS, the Commonwealth Center for Advanced Logistics Systems, that had not been used to build a building, and instead allocates $12 million for the Commonwealth to be able to acquire the CCAM buildings, Commonwealth Center for Advanced Manufacturing, to provide rent relief to that entity. It also funds the corresponding ongoing operations and maintenance expenses for the state, and authorizes $6.9 million, dependent on development of a detailed plan, for a new Commonwealth Center for Cloud Computing to be comprised of both CCAM, CCALS, and certain higher education partners. And that would be for the acquisition of a high-performance computing tool. The second from the bottom slide is $14.7 million general funds and $1.3 million non-general funds that Virginia Commonwealth University would pay towards the acquisition of the ABC warehouse property in Richmond, in lieu of a future state contribution for the academic space planned on that athletic village. And it also is accounted for as a wash from the ABC proceeds transfer to the general fund. The last item is $1.2 million for the renovation of the existing preschool academy at Norfolk State University, and $1 million for a park property acquisition in the city of Chesapeake. The last three slides are again provided for your reference. There were a few changes from the mostly infrastructure, life safety projects, and non-general fund projects in the introduced budget, including the James Madison University STEAM plant and a privately funded outdoor project at the Science Museum. Madam Chair, in addition to the 84-page PowerPoint, you also have a pithier summary of the budget, 13-page bulleted summary for your reference. And that completes our presentation.
Are there questions about capital outlay for Sarah? Okay, seeing none. That does complete the briefing, but I want to say briefly how appreciative I am to our staff. They work incredibly hard every year to make sure we have the information we need to make wise decisions on how we spend the taxpayers' dollars. But I doubt there has ever been a year where any staff was required to work harder than this past year. Every single member rose to the occasion, and I think we did indeed make some wise decisions, and I want to thank them.
When are we?
Take their seats.
On page, we have a communication from the House.
The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move we waive the reading of the latest communication from the House.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 4.
Ayes 35, noes 4. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Before we resume the calendar and before my old age catches up with me, on page 2 of the calendar.
May we finish this first?
Oh. Sorry.
Conferees on the part of the Senate on SJR 272 is named by the Chair, Privileges and Elections.
We gotta make a motion before we do that.
Well,
All right. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Proceed to a second committee of conference.
Mr. President, with the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that we adopt the conference committee report. We caught an error that we need to.
Okay. Sorry, Senator. Sorry to interrupt.
We accede to, Mr. President, I move that we accede to the recommendation for a second conference committee.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a second committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 3.
Ayes 36, noes 3. The Senate accedes to the request for a second committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair, Privileges and Elections, Senator Deeds or Senators Locke, Servell, and Vogel.
Well, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, now if it would be appropriate if I could invite your attention to page 2, House Bill 1817. Having voted on the prevailing side by which we rejected the conference committee report, I would respectfully request that we reconsider that vote, sir.
Mr. President.
It looks like we adopted it, Senator, 20 to 18, by my record.
I apologize. We did adopt it. Yes, sir.
Okay. Senator still wishes to move to reconsider? We're checking that now. Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the Senate adopted the conference committee report regarding House Bill 1817 be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the nurse midwives conference report, and we explained this earlier. Again, I remove the adoption of the conference committee report.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Southern Fairfax? Senator Barker rise.
Mr. President, to speak briefly to this.
Senator's the floor.
To this motion, I would certainly urge, again, those red vote on this one, a vote in opposition to accepting this report. I think it's important for making sure that we protect safety, quality of care, and one of the things I will point out that was referenced earlier was that there was a point made of basically 1,000 hours of preparation for these people during the transition to becoming independent practitioners as certified nurse midwives. Just to give you a perspective on things, for obstetricians, gynecologists, after having gone through medical school, they have to do a 4-year residency program to be able to practice independently.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Henrico? Senator Donovan rise.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you. I'd like to speak to the measure.
Senator has the floor.
I didn't pop up on this earlier enough, but I think this is an issue that there's a disagreement here, but it's not about midwives. I think that we have great confidence in midwives. It's about process and making sure we do this well. I heard it asserted earlier on the floor that there are 3 or more studies already looking at midwives this year, but we don't have the results of them. So I think that the earlier amendments we had added the ability for us to process that information, even though we were passing the bill. Those were rejected in conference, and so I have to agree with my friend from Southern Fairfax that I think we should reject this conference committee report.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Fairfax City? Senator Peterson rise.
Speak in favor of the conference report.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, my knowledge of obstetrics and gynecology has not improved in the last 4 hours, but I will tell you this. I do know a little bit about politics, and this was a bill that passed both bodies by an overwhelming margin. This is an initiative that was brought forward, that was popular, that had widespread support, and if we reject this conference report, we're going to kill the bill, okay? So the bottom line is we've been over this and over this and over this, and if we let the lobbyists for the medical industry at the last second kill this bill, we'll be right back where we were 2 months ago, which is to say no expanded authority for certified nurse midwives. So I do hope we pass this bill. I think it's been vetted, and again, it will go to the governor's desk, and I'm sure all the same voices will be present to make the amendments that need to be made, but let's not kill this legislation. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1817? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 19.
Ayes 20, noes 19. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 15 of your calendar, House Joint Resolution 555.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the companion to the Senate Joint Resolution that we just spoke about, so I recommend that we reject the conference committee report and request a second committee of conference.
Thank the senator. So we'll take each motion in turn. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 39.
Ayes 0, noes 39. The Senate does not adopt the conference committee report. question is, shall the Senate insist on its version and request a second committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record. Okay, sorry, a little issue with the board. Again, the question is, shall the Senate insist on its version and request a second committee of conference? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 16.
Ayes 23, no 16. The Senate insists on its version and requests a second committee of conference.
On page 9, House Bill 2207.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, this is the identical bill that I explained to you before on the presumption for the firemen, emergency medical personnel, law enforcement officers, and regional jail employees. Essentially, the compromise was retroactive. The House wanted it to March 20th. I wanted it next July. The compromise was September the 1st of last year because by then, as I explained earlier, all these personnel all had PPE, and the cost to local governments was dramatically reduced. So I would ask that you concur with the conference report on House Bill 2207.
Senator, do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2207? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 10, House Bill 2234.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report. What this does is to put it back to the way it was when it left the Senate, and that's, if to refresh your recollection, it's victims of sex trafficking would have an affirmative defense to prosecution in certain cases, such as, for example, if the defendant is a victim of sex trafficking and that person has been coerced into doing the activity, or we're doing it at the direction of another person. In that situation, they would have a defense. Again, it's exactly the way it was when it left the Senate. With that explanation, I move that we adopt the conference committee report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2234? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 11, House Bill 2295.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Ebbett.
Yes, this is the bill having to do with guns in state buildings and in Capitol Square. We trimmed the geographic area so it's clear that it's only within the boundaries of Capitol Square, as well as the Bank Street pedestrian area near the Capitol Extension entrance and the Pocahontas building entrance. And we do have guns and explosives, and it doesn't refer to other weapons. It makes it clear that it doesn't refer to colleges or to state parks. And with that, I move the adoption of the conference report.
Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise.
Mr. President, I would ask if the senator from Alexandria would yield for a question.
Senator yield.
I yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, I would ask whether the geographic area would also cover the entrance to the hotel next to the Pocahontas building.
No, it specifically does not. It says that within 50 feet of the entrance to the Pocahontas building, but not beyond 50 feet. So the door is more than 50 feet away.
Mr. President, further question.
For Senator yield.
Mr.
From Alexandria.
Yes, I yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, it's been a while since I've been in the Pocahontas building, but I wonder whether the gentleman has applied a tape measure to figure out whether that is 50 feet, because as I recall, it's pretty doggone close.
Senator's the floor.
I did not measure it. There's the restaurant in between before you get to the door of the hotel, which is a little closer to 9th Street.
Mr. President, further question.
Senator yield. Does the senator yield?
Yes, I yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
How about the rooms that are abutting the Pocahontas building? Would they be covered?
There's a floor.
No, it doesn't get into the interior of the building. It only refers to the sidewalk.
All right. I thank the gentleman.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, senator from James City County, Senator Normant, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the gentleman from Alexander yield for a question while
Senator
he's
yield.
on his feet?
I yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, my question is to the gentleman, is the language still in there pertaining to any public college or university that may have a firing range and also ceremonial activities?
Senator's the floor.
Yes, there's specific language for the ceremonial activities, but it also just totally excludes state parks as well as the universities. They have their own policies.
I thank the gentleman and for his hard work on this matter.
Thank the senator. For what purposes? What purpose is the junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for the purpose of a question from the senator from Alexandria, please.
Senator yield.
I yield.
Senator yield. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question is this. Do you have any plans for additional funding or budget amendments to increase Capitol Police staffing in Capitol Square, since we are taking away the ability of law-abiding citizens to protect themselves?
Senator's the floor.
No, there is not a budget amendment for Capitol Police. I think we have an adequate Capitol Police presence.
Mr. President, may I respond?
Senator want to ask a question or Senator want to speak to it?
Mr. President, I'd like to speak to this motion.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I have very grave concerns that we are disarming law-abiding citizens from being able to protect themselves while in Capitol Square. I can speak from personal experience on this, and having been accosted on 3 different occasions on Capitol Square and no Capitol Police officer in sight with either of the 3 incidences. Mr. President, I have grave concerns that there is no allowance for increased protection, increasing the amount of Capitol Police staffing that we have if we're not going to allow law-abiding citizens to protect themselves. And once again, I will continually vote against this bill, but it's something we should give serious consideration to if we're not going to allow people to protect themselves.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Evan.
Just before I again ask for passage of the conference report, wanted to make it clear that this only refers to guns and explosives. So if you can protect yourself with something other than guns or explosives, those are not important. Those are the only 2 weaponry that are part of the bill.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 17.
Ayes 22, no 17. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 13, House Bill 2330.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move we accept the conference committee report. And speaking of that motion,
Senator's the floor.
thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you may remember, you and my colleagues may remember a couple days ago we had a pretty significant floor substitute to this bill that made some dramatic adjustments. The conference committee continued and made 4 significant changes. We placed a cap on the amount of money that can be provided, $25 million to a Phase 1 utility and $100 million to a Phase 2 utility. The Phase 1 utility also could not be ready until a year after the rules are promulgated. We changed that to be no later than rather than no earlier than. And then the last 2, the department is going to continue to look at the available programs and the opportunities that address these issues and try to speak to and deal with any gaps. And they will present a report by November of 2022. And then finally, Mr. President, the Phase 2 utility, we know it will not be ready within a year of promulgated rules. So we simply spell out that be a memorandum of understanding and or just the transaction will be done in a manner agreeable and acceptable to both groups. So with that, Mr. President, I ask that we accept the conference report. Thank you, sir.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Gentleman yield for a question.
Senator yield.
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
I'll begin with a comment, then lead to a question. I don't actually see the text of this conference committee on LIS, but my main question is, when that bill came out of the Senate, it had a reenactment clause on it. Is that still on it?
Mr. President, I say to the gentleman it did, and that was largely to get it to conference to fix the final things, and this does not still have the reenactment clause. No, sir.
Further question?
That's it.
Thank the senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2330? For what purpose does the senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the conference report.
Senator's the floor.
I believe I just heard that there's not a reenactment clause on this anymore. So this is the bill that I got very animated about, because for years, several years now, the General Assembly has consistently voted for policies that raise the cost of electricity. And different justifications have been made each time. Sometimes it's for environmental purposes. Sometimes it's to strengthen the grid. The worst of all was when we were told that it was to protect consumers because the price of electricity was about to go up. So we were going to freeze the rates. When in reality, the for-profit corporation that has a fiduciary responsibility to shareholders advocated that, which of course means they did not believe that the rates would be, or that cost of electricity would be going down. This General Assembly failed the ratepayers then and froze the rates. Every single time we keep failing the ratepayers. And now we've got recognition by this General Assembly that it's gone too far for a lot of people, and we're going to give them relief from their electric bills by making other ratepayers pay. Every single time. And like I said last time, I don't fault the corporations that are doing best by their shareholders and all these things. I fault the General Assembly. There's no longer a reenactment clause on this. There is no reason we should be voting for this today. I hope we will reject it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 19.
Ayes 20, noes 19. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 16, Senate Bill 1138.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Lott.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the legislation dealing with the criminalization of HIV, and with that, I would like to yield to the senior senator from Richmond.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the conference report.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The conference report adopts the bill as it passed the House, which kept the penalty for infected sexual battery at a felony. But as you recall, we did add to that provision that you not only have to have intended to infect someone, you have to actually have infected them to be convicted. And that is the difference between what passed the Senate and what passed the House. And I move we adopt the conference report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1138? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 16.
Ayes 23, no 16. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 18, Senate Bill 1315.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the conference committee report.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the bill that we adopted the conference report for a few hours ago, I think, allowing evidence of mental illness, intellectual developmental disability, and autism, among other things that the bill did, and I move that we adopt the conference report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1315? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 12.
Ayes 27, noes 12. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 19, Senate Bill 1366.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt a conference committee report.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, this is the same piece of, basically it's identical to a House bill that we adopted the same conference committee report earlier in the day here. It deals with aging services and making sure that the funds that are available are used for those who have the greatest economic needs and the greatest social needs.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1366? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 16.
Ayes 23, noes 16. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Senate Bill 1381.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Evan.
This is the Senate cognate of the House bill dealing with no firearms or explosives in state buildings or Capitol Square. I move that we accept the conference report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1381? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 20, Senate Bill 1385.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Good evening, Mr. President.
Good evening, Senator.
I move the conference report. Speaking to that motion.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is a bill that nobody should care about unless you represent part of Fairfax County. It basically has, because it only affects Fairfax County, and that's it. There were basically 4 changes that we made in the conference report. Number one, the county was concerned that the cap on the local tax was a little ambiguous, and this just made it clear that there's a cap and made it clear exactly what the cap was on an existing tax. Number one. Number two, some of the utilities requested that we clarify some of the language from lines to facilities, which we did, because some things utilities have aren't always just lines. Sometimes there's boxes on the ground. The third thing is it makes it clear that these proceeds could be applied to a utility undergrounding unconnected from a road project. And then the fourth thing is that it adds providers instead of utilities that request the cable companies. This is mostly just clarifying stuff, not substantive. I would hope we could adopt the conference committee report.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is Senator from James City County, Senator Norman rise?
Mr. President, I just woke up a parliamentary inquiry based upon what the senator just said, that this only affects Fairfax County. Is this a special piece of legislation?
Mr. President.
The Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo, want to speak to that?
Mr. President, it only applies to counties with the urban county executive form of government, of which there is only one, but it doesn't state Fairfax County in the bill. So my understanding is that it's always been interpreted to not be special legislation when framed that way.
Mr. President, my inquiry was based upon his affirmation and the comment that he made when he was describing the bill, and he indicated unequivocally it only pertained to Fairfax County, so that's why I inquired if it was special legislation.
Thank the Senator. I want to take the Senator's inquiry. If you give me 1 minute, the Senate will be at ease. Returning to Senate Bill 1385 on page 20, the conference committee report, there was a parliamentary inquiry with regard to whether or not the bill was a special act or special legislation requiring a 2/3 vote. Is the ruling of the chair that it is not special legislation and therefore would only require a majority vote for passage. But I thank the Senator for the inquiry. And with that, For purposes, Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just point of inquiry, how is that reached based on the state constitution, Section 7, Article 1?
Senator, having consulted that provision, it is the ruling of the chair that this legislation is not special legislation and would only require a majority vote rather than a two-thirds vote. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1385? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 7.
Ayes 32, noes 7. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
We are awaiting the second conference committee report on page 24, SJR 272. Returning to page 3, House Bill 1900.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke. Senator from Alexandria, Senator Evan.
Yes, as I was explaining before, this is the cognate of SB 1215, which is on the governor's desk, and the conference report aligns it with that language. It really just provides stronger protections against do-it-yourself evictions outside of the court process. We have about 33 other states that have significantly stronger damages than Virginia would for unlawful eviction, and this provides better protections against landlords taking the law into their own hand.
For what purpose, Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise.
I'll speak to the measure.
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I won't be long. I was on the conference committee. I tried to click the I dissent button, but apparently it would have been disabled, perhaps just for that reason. We spent a lot of time on this bill, probably more time, well, we spent a lot of time on it. I recognize that the Senate bill is already on the governor's desk, so this is a futile effort. And I also spoke with the advocate for this bill and the patron, who did a very good job explaining. I will say we have spent so much time trying to give judges discretion on the criminal side, and yet here on the landlord-tenant side, we're taking away discretion. We're saying if you as a landlord take an action to evict a tenant unlawfully, you'll be liable for the hire of $5,000 or 4 months' rent in addition to attorney's fees. So regardless of the mitigating circumstances, regardless of how many months of rent you might be owed, regardless of the fact there might be a security deposit involved, we're taking discretion away from general district court judges. So I'm going to put a red on it. And again, I did dissent, but didn't have a chance to register that. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator, do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1900? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 19.
Ayes 20, noes 19. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 7, House Bill 2055.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President.
I yield to the senator from Eastern Fairfax.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the conference report and speaking to that motion.
Senator's the floor.
You all might remember this bill. This was the bill about child support, imputing income when you're in prison. The House basically adopted our position on the bill without any changes. That's what the bill does.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2055? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 8, House Bill 2118.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate adopt the conference committee report and speaking to that.
Senator's the floor.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, HB 2118 establishes the Virginia Electric Vehicle Grant Fund and Program. The program creates a non-reverting fund for Virginia to receive money from federal grants, nonprofit organizations, philanthropists, and other entities to award grants to transition diesel engine vehicles to electric. And so with that brief explanation, Mr. President, I move again that we adopt the conference committee report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 2118? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 16.
Ayes 23, no 16. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 12, House Bill 2312.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Ebbett.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the conference report.
Senator's the floor.
This is the House version of the marijuana bill. And on behalf of Senator Lucas, Senator Morrissey, and myself, I want to extend special thanks to Senator McPike for his contribution to the bill and the conference report, and also to David Mann, Legislative Services, for his hard work and many hours on this bill. What the bill does, I'm going to run through quickly, allows for retail sales of cannabis and legalizes simple possession beginning January 1st, 2024. That's different than the original Senate bill had legalization on July 1st of this year. This makes it in tandem with the legal sales. It creates an independent agency, the Virginia Cannabis Control Authority, beginning on July 1st. And on that date, this July 1st, the CCA could hire the CEO, staff, lease property, et cetera, and start their work as they move towards promulgating regulations. We did add a provision that, in concert with the establishment of an authority, besides the Public Health Advisory Board and Cannabis Equity Reinvestment Board established this summer, would be a legislative oversight committee on cannabis made up of 4 senators and 6 members of the House. The regulatory structure has a reenactment clause that we would revisit next year. It is based on the version crafted by Senator McPike's subcommittee and Senator Favola's full rehab committee. It allows for vertical integration in limited circumstances, and that would be grandfathering pharmaceutical providers for all 5 license categories into the adult use market with stipulations. They'd only be able to vertically integrate up and co-locate 5 licensed retail distribution locations. The House agreed to our request to allow industrial hemp processors to partially integrate with cultivation and processing of marijuana if they chose. The House and the Senate agreed to allow micro businesses to vertically integrate, and the board would define what those are. New to this report or to this effort is a provision for a report to the chairs of Judiciary and Finance and Appropriations on the issuance of penalties on the existing marijuana fines, and for JLARC to review the legislation prior to the 2022 legislative session. It's been a lot of work to get here, but I would say that we're on the path to an equitable law allowing for responsible adults to use cannabis. The equity licensing is similar to the way it left the House. The penalties provision provides for a reenactment clause so they can be revisited next year, but notably there's a penalty for having more than a pound of marijuana being a felony. It does allow for sharing among adults of up to 1 ounce as long as there's no financial compensation. Provides for treatment and education for underage users. Has a penalty for public use. The use in a motor vehicle, or I should say not use in a motor vehicle, but open container violation in a motor vehicle would be a Class 4 misdemeanor, and it would be a Class 2 misdemeanor for consumption or possession on school grounds. The expungement provisions overlap with the provisions of the senator from Eastern Fairfax's expungement bill as they relate to marijuana. The dedication of revenues remains the same as was in the Senate bill, as does the taxation. One change was that we had in the Senate version, and I think in the House version as well, two mature plants and 2 immature plants were allowed for personal use, and we just changed that to say 4 plants to make it simpler and not have people get caught up in that. We did maintain the Senate position of local control with an opt-out provision by referendum as long as it's done by December 31st, 2022, meaning in the 2022 election cycle. Limits on advertising to keep it away from children, and that is the bill as you have it. So I'm prepared to answer any questions anyone may have.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose does the senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, would the senator yield for a question?
Senator Yield.
I yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I was trying to follow everything, but the 264 pages as a conference report are challenging to get through when it only gets released online shortly before. The gentleman tell me, and maybe you could point me to the line of where it establishes, can an individual grow at their residence marijuana after July 1, 2024 or before July 1, 2024?
Starting on I yield, and I would say that on July 1st, 2024 is when that goes into effect.
Mr. President, could the gentleman point to me in the 264-page bill where that is?
I'm going to search for the words personal consumption and see if I can find it that way.
Mr. President, I don't want to slow down the train, but I do have a couple additional questions. If the gentleman would continue to yield.
I'll continue to yield.
Okay, Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Mr. President, one of the other questions, just trying to understand, is in the enactment, in one of the 25 enactment clauses, it appears as if we are going to stand up an agency to control marijuana, but we're not going to actually create any licensure or regulation to sell marijuana until 2024. So how is somebody going to be able to buy it legally if there's no license in place before it is legal?
Senator's the floor.
They wouldn't be able to buy it legally until it was able to be sold legally on January 1st, 2024. It's the last time for this is a significant agency similar to controlling alcohol. We don't want to begin the sales prior to the date that it is legal.
Further question?
Mr. President, and maybe that, yes, additional question.
Senator Yield?
I yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Mr. President, maybe goes back to that first question. So you can, so we have it now that you can legally grow it at your residence after July 1, 2024, but you cannot legally.
I should have said January 1st. I apologize. January 1st, 2024 is when that comes in.
Okay. Mr. President, so you can legally grow it at your residence after January 1st, 2024, but you can not get a license to sell it because we've not created the licensure yet?
Senator's the floor.
Licenses would be available for people to sell on January 1, 2024, but you would not be able to sell what you grow at your home. What you grow at your home would be for personal consumption only, not for sale.
Further question?
Mr. President, maybe I'm not understanding. It seems to me from what is articulated and looking through the enactment clauses that we're standing up an agency, but we're not creating a licensure structure. So at some point, I guess we're going to have to create a licensure structure before that's possible. So we're saying it's legally, you can purchase it, but right now, the way this bill is, there's no ability to get a license between now and July 1, 2024. Is that true?
Senator's the floor.
I would say that after the bill is reenacted next session, if that's the will of the body, that's when the authority will be able to move forward on issuing the actual licenses. They won't wait to issue the license till January 1st, 2024, but January 1st, 2024 is the date that the licensees would first be able to sell the product.
Further question?
Mr. President, maybe I'm going to ask the question more simply. Is there any provision that is going into effect on July 1 of this year that will allow a person to obtain or allow the state to create a license, or will that have to come with a different statute at some other point in time?
Senator's the floor.
The agency could begin to promulgate regulations, but not to go through the regulatory process until after another vote of the General Assembly. No one would be issued a license until after this bill passes again next year, which would still be in advance of January 1st, 2024.
I thank the gentleman.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the senator from Alexandria or yield for a question?
Senator Yield.
I yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was hoping we'd have a chance to talk through the conference report before we voted on it once it was posted, and so I'm still trying to make sure I understand which portions are subject to reenactment clause and which ones are not, specific to penalty, civil or criminal penalties. So I say that as a preface to my question. On July 1st, 2021, will there be any changes to the current civil or criminal, will there be any changes to the current civil or criminal penalties related to marijuana changed by this bill?
Senator's the floor.
No, not on this July 1st, and I'll let my other conferees correct me if I'm inaccurate, but I don't believe there's any changes this July 1st in terms of penalties.
Further question, Mr. President.
Senator Yield.
Yes, I yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
For the new civil and criminal penalties that take effect on January 1st, 2024, are any of those subject to a reenactment clause?
Senator's the floor.
Yes, they're all subject to a reenactment clause.
Mr. President, I'm seeing head shakes in the room.
I yield to the senator from Prince William. I think he must be able to answer that better.
Just to clarify, because there are a number of moving
Senator from
parts.
Prince William, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, it was a part of discussions with the reenactment, but the conference report was not agreed to for the reenactment of the portions that the senior senator from Richmond is asking about.
Mr. President, will the senator from Eastern Fairfax yield for a question?
Senator Yield.
I'll yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
There have been so many conference report discussions that I'm lost, and so I want to know what's in this conference report. For the new civil and criminal penalties related to marijuana adopted in this bill, which ones are not subject to a reenactment clause?
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. What I would say to the senior senator is you have to look at lines 12,886 to 12,887, which is the portion of the reenactment clause which states which offenses are not subject to reenactment. And if you, those two lines say that the new code section 4.1-1100, which is possession by children or people 21 years of age or under, that provision is not subject to reenactment, and that's at lines 7,667 to 7,684. And then the new section 4.1-1105.1, which is at 7801 through 7824, which is possession of marijuana products in certain cases, which is, I believe, possessing, what's that? I believe that's juvenile possession, and yeah, I think it's also 21 and under, and then also 4.1-1121, which has to do with the issuance of a summons. Those, I think, three statutes are new stuff that is not subject to reenactment. And I also just note for the senator from Hanover that the provisions regarding home growing stuff is home cultivation is in 4.1-1101, and that is subject to reenactment. And so the bill is silent about home cultivation completely because that has to be reenacted.
Further question?
Yes, would the senator from Eastern Fairfax yield for a question?
Senator Yield?
And other than those...
Yield, you have the floor.
And other than those three civil and criminal penalties, and allowing the new state agency to begin to be built, hire, and set up its infrastructure, are there any other provisions of this conference report not subject to a reenactment clause, meaning they will take effect July 1 of this year?
Senator's the floor.
Sorry.
The way I would answer, Mr. President, the way I would answer the senior senator, and just so I'm clear about my last answer, I want to make sure I'm really clear about this. 4.1-1101 has to do with using marijuana in public. That's not subject to reenactment. And then juvenile and underage possession is not subject to reenactment. And then the last one is a summons provision. Those are the three. So it's use in public, juvenile and underage, and then there's a summons for the charging people with that. Those are the three. Then with regard to the rest of it, I have an email from David May I'm happy to show you, which gives me 7 bullets of things that are not subject to reenactment, including the things I think I'm not sure if Senator Evan really framed it that way in his comments, but for example, expungement is not subject to reenactment. It's actually really not expungement. It's actually the record access piece for marijuana convictions was the only piece that got included. That is not subject to reenactment. And then there's a whole series of oversight boards and things which are not subject to reenactment. And then the creation of the agency, I believe, is not subject to reenactment. The reenactment provision is that one, I think it's the 4th reenactment is the key one, where you can see what's subject to reenactment and what isn't. That's the best way I think I can answer it.
Speaking to the bill.
Senator's floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you all may recall, JLARC did a study of marijuana legalization where we had them look at how other states have done it so that we can assure ourselves that we are doing this right. And there are two provisions, two principles that JLARC studied that have been critically important from the beginning. One is, are we addressing the disproportionate impact that marijuana prohibition has had on Black and brown communities on the criminal justice side? And 2, on the social equity side, are we reinvesting in those communities that have been disproportionately impacted by marijuana prohibition? And are we setting up a regulatory market that will not be dominated by one group of people or one set of industries? And what JLARC found was that Black Virginians were almost 4 times as likely to be arrested in incarceration for marijuana use, although their rate of use was not 4 times as high as white people. When we decriminalized marijuana and subjected simple possession, among other things, to a $25 fine, the data shows that since that law took effect, Black people are still more likely 4 times to get that $25 fine. And if we are going to legalize marijuana and end the prohibition, we need to be sure we are taking the time to do it in a way that redresses that disparity. And we need to take the time to read the conference report and be sure we understand what is happening July 1st of this year, what is happening January 1, 2024, no matter what we do, and what is going to require a reenactment clause. Because we have one chance to do this right. You cannot put that genie back in the bottle. And I am incredibly concerned that we are rushing through this conference report right now. I am someone who supports legalization. So much so, I put the resolution in last year asking JLARC to study it. Now, what gives me a little bit of comfort is I believe, we'll find out in a minute, that this conference report includes data collection so that we can see what continues to happen between today and January 1, 2024, and that this bill is going to go to JLARC so that they can read it and compare it to their study and their recommendations. That gives me a little bit more comfort. But I would have a lot more comfort if we had a little more time to read this almost 300-page conference report and have a clear understanding of what needs further action by this General Assembly before it takes effect and what does not, so that I can be sure, and I suggest all of you should be sure, we know we are passing a bill that is better than status quo and not worse. And at 5:24 on a Saturday, I can't answer that question. Given 5 to 10 more minutes, I may be able to answer that question. But right now, I'm a little bit uneasy that I understand and that the rest of us understand whether this is better than status quo or not. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President?
Thank the Senator. Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Would the senior senator from Richmond yield for a question?
Will the Senator yield? Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan. Senator yield?
I yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Would you like this bill to go by temporarily?
Yes, I would.
Okay, I move this bill go by temporarily.
Any objection? Without objection, conference report on House Bill 2312 will go by temporarily.
Page 18, Senate Bill 1288.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe we are going to move the committee conference report.
Yes.
And I move that we accept the committee conference report. This is the special education bill, and the differences between the House and the Senate bill were a few items that had been recommended by JLARC that were not included in the House bill that are now included in the conference committee report. In addition to that, there was a clarification of the expectation that because most of the work that needs to be done on this needs to be done by the Board of Education, that should be done in the first year and completed. But the work that needs to be done with the localities to dovetail to that can take a little bit longer, and allowances for that time was included in that with a little bit of flex room for Department of Education so they could report back to us next fall. But the bottom line is that all of the recommendations that were given to us by our JLARC to improve special ed in Virginia will be implemented by this conference committee report. I move that we adopt the conference committee report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1288? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will stop squeaking in their chair. Will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 19, Senate Bill 1380.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 1380.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is the electric school bus bill, and it provides the SEC broad discretion in approving or disapproving, 1, whether the bus project is in the public interest, 2, whether the cost recovery method sought by Dominion is appropriate, and 3, whether the associated costs are responsible and prudent. In making such determinations, the Commission must consider the cost, increased energy storage capacity, enhanced grid, stabilization, environmental benefits, the social cost of carbon, and determined in subsections A6 of the Code of Virginia at 56585.1, and student, faculty, staff, and community health and other benefits associated with this project. Mr. President, the conference committee report clarifies that in no event shall a utility remove a bus from service in transportation of students after such bus has began its likely daily route for transportation of students and prior to the completion of such route for the day. It also clarifies that the buses must be procured pursuant to competitive solicitation processes conducted by the utility in consultation with the Department of Education and the Department of General Services. And Mr. President, with that explanation, I'd like to renew my motion that we adopt the conference committee report on the electric school bus bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1380? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 12.
Ayes 27, noes 12. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Page 20, Senate Bill 1406. That is a companion bill to House Bill 2312, so we will go by that temporarily. Page 22, Senate Bill 1444.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, and I'll turn this over to Senator Suderline, who was more involved in this, but essentially when it went over there, what we said was that you would file just one report instead of the current law says any check over $1,000 you file with the SEC. As a result of that, it crashed the NGP system. So the bill, when it was initiated, said that you'd file two reports on January 15th, and one was the one currently required, which was the July July 1st to December 31st, and then what the correction was, and then anything from January 1st till the day before the session, you would file also on the 15th. And I think what they've done is they've said that only checks from individuals or companies totaling more than 1,000 during that period would be filed, along with your other report. And I'll turn it over to Senator Suderline at this point.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd urge adoption of the conference report. The senior senator from Fairfax County did a great job presenting all that. The one additional provision that everyone in here should be aware of is the aggregate if you go over $1,000. So if you take $800 on January 2 and then $300 on January 10th from the same entity, you've got to report that. But you only have to report it once on January 15th in that report. So it keeps with the transparency that we all supported last year. Appreciated that. And it also makes sure that there's just one report, but it will be early enough so that anyone can see who might be contributing to us close to the General Assembly. So I urge adoption of the report.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1444? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Senate Bill 23, page 23, Senate Bill 1469.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that the conference committee report be agreed to.
Senator has the floor.
And speaking to that motion, what this does is this conference committee report is consistent with the action the Senate took on this bill and on a companion bill from the House. And so I would urge everybody to support the adoption.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1469? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, no 0, Rule 36-3.
Ayes 36, no 0, Rule 36-3. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
Are we ready to return to House Bill 2312? Okay. Page 1 of the calendar, House Bill 1800.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the committee report.
Senator has the floor.
And speaking to that, the Senate and House conferees have worked collaboratively to provide relief from the pandemic and to strengthen our commitments to the people and businesses of Virginia. And we worked very hard to do it in a structurally balanced way. We were able to provide 5% pay increases for our employees and teachers while also making one-time investments in reserves, capital outlay, and tax relief for individuals and businesses related to conformity. I'm thrilled that we were also able to restore so much of the funding we had included in last year's budget before the pandemic caused us to hit the pause button. This budget demonstrates Virginia's resilience, and it makes long-needed investments in health and human resources, education, and natural resources. I'm especially proud of the historic investments in housing and broadband and the forward progress made in increasing waiver slots and rates for personal care attendants and nursing homes. As I mentioned when we reported the Senate budget, putting together the Virginia budget multiple times this year required adaptation and resilience. However, we were able to push ahead to help Virginians during the pandemic. I'm truly grateful for our ability to work together in a bipartisan fashion in the Senate, and we were able to build a budget together that we can be proud of and that upholds our tradition of strong fiscal management. Our budget conferees worked tremendously hard, and I want to thank them for all their efforts. And with that, I repeat the motion to adopt the conference committee report.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1800? For purpose, Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman, rise.
Mr. President, just speaking briefly to
Senators,
the
the
conference
floor.
committee report. Mr. President, I also want to just appreciate the chair and the committee for working in really what was a bipartisan manner. When you see the differences between the House and the Senate, and we often talk about those, clearly the budgeting and the way that is built is quite a bit different. Mr. President, just a couple of items that might be of interest to some. One, I want to thank the gentlelady for, in all, putting in $900 million into revenue reserve. We've never seen anything like that. That's the savings account that Wall Street has asked us to contribute to. For those of you that care about it, I think it is also interesting that this bill, this conference report is free of fees. Some people were concerned about the fact that there were some fees as we went in. All of them have been removed as a result of this bill. Also, it is very unusual that we go into a bill like the chairman's bill and we end up putting $137 million into maintenance instead of bonds. That's extraordinary. In the past, we've actually started to rack up money that we're owing based on maintenance, not on capital. The committee, I think, is to be commended on that. Mr. President, also, I think that it is worth noting, especially for some of us that watch the size of government, that this bill is $633 million less than Chapter 1289, which is last year's budget. $633 million less than the general fund. Mr. President, I appreciate the chairman who helped us with $100 million of PPP tax conformity, but that's not all. There's a total of over $220 million going back to the taxpayers in tax conformity in this bill. If we do the same next year, it will be one of the largest returns of tax dollars that we've seen in many, many years. Mr. President, just something brief. Some of you who are probably from the western part of the state know that there are two main rules in the sport of Fight Club. And the two rules are this. One is you don't talk about Fight Club. And number two, you don't talk about Fight Club. Well, Mr. President, there are two things I think in the budget, or one thing you don't talk about in the budget, and that's Part 4. And generally, we've not talked much about Part 4, but Part 4 has something in it that the gentlelady from Fairfax and also the gentleman from Southern Fairfax and others, a gentleman from Augusta and others worked with us on, and it is an important provision. I hope you all will take a time to read the portion in Part 4 that basically says this: the General Assembly, unlike last year, the General Assembly has got to spend the $3.8 billion that we're expecting from the federal government. Last year, we kind of punted on that, and this year, the provisions in Part 4 are very, very clear, and I hope that no matter what happens, our constitutional requirement to expend money will be preserved. If in any case this budget, that portion is vetoed out, I hope we will stick to it because it's a critical part of our duty is to expend money. Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I appreciate the opportunity to speak briefly. There are a lot of items in here that people might like and dislike, but when it comes to overall fiscal responsibility, I think this bill does better than most. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding House Bill 1800? And
Mr. President?
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Would it be the appropriate time to note abstentions
Yes, thank the senator. I was just going to note before we put the question on adopting the conference committee report, would like to now call on any senators who wish to note any abstentions. And because Senator buzzed in, we'll start with the senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, abstaining pursuant to Rule 36 on items 385, 385-2C, item C70, item C70.5, number 1C, but voting on the conference committee report, House Bill 1800 as a whole. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. The journal will so reflect. The senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeStaff.
Mr. President, I'm abstaining pursuant to Rule 36 on item 105, number 1C, item 112, number 2C, item 479, period 10, number 4C. Thank you very much.
Thank the senator. The journal will so reflect. The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am abstaining pursuant to Rule 36 on item 303, but voting on the conference committee report on House Bill 1800 as a whole.
Thank the senator. The journal will so reflect. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I am abstaining pursuant to Rule 36 on items 313, number 17S, 320, number 9C, 482.20, and item 313, but voting on the conference committee report on HB 1800 as a whole.
Thank the senator. The journal will so reflect. The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am abstaining on item 114 and item 479.10, but pursuant to Rule 36, but voting on the conference committee report as a whole.
Thank the senator. The journal will so reflect. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I am abstaining pursuant to Rule 36 on item 214, number 1C, but voting on the conference committee report as a whole.
Thank the senator. The journal will so reflect. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 36, I am abstaining on item 266 1C and item 322 3C, but voting on House Bill 1800 as a whole.
Thank the senator. The journal will so reflect. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am abstaining pursuant to Rule 36 on item number 105, number 1C, and item number 266, number 1C, but voting on the conference committee report on HB 1800 as a whole.
Thank the senator. The journal will so reflect. Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm abstaining pursuant to Rule 36 on item 374, number 6C, but voting on the conference committee report on HB 1800 as a whole.
Thank the senator. The journal will so reflect. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am, pursuant to Rule 36, I'm abstaining on item 135, item 374, and item 374-5C, but I am voting on the conference committee report on HB 1800 as a whole, even though I really don't like the movie production tax credit at all.
Thank the senator. The journal will so reflect. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I'm abstaining pursuant to Rule 36 on item 266, number 1C, but voting on the conference committee report on House Bill 1800 as a whole.
Thank the senator. The journal will so reflect. Do any other senators wish to note any abstentions on the vote? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 29, noes 10.
Ayes 29, noes 10. The Senate adopts the conference committee report.
On page 25, House Bill 5002, we have waived the third constitutional. Sorry, need to take the vote.
Yeah, the question is on dispensing. Yeah, we made the motion, but we didn't take.
All right.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I would move right now that the Senate stand in recess until 6:30, and I would yield to Senator Locke.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Upon recess, I would ask that the Senate Democrats move expeditiously to the Democratic caucus room.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Parliamentary inquiry. Am I correct that we have about 20 conference reports left?
Approximately correct.
Great, thanks.
Thanks, Senator. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I'm just reminded why I refer to the Senate caucus meeting as a prayer room, because we genuinely need some prayers right now. So on recess, if all the members of the Senate Republican caucus would bring their prayer beads and come to the room, please.
Thank the Senator. Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess until 6:30 p.m.